Happy birthday, PC. This is one of the issues that I've observed since I've been in the committee. It means that you are coming closer to retirement. And most of the time, after a year, we are going to be told that you are retiring. Like most of the commissioners that I've worked with in the districts. But welcome and happy birthday, PC. Honorable members, my colleagues in the legislature, the supporting staff, our guests and invited guests from the metros. I see you have been very diligent in attending our engagements, and I think that's important, and we are hoping that translates also in operations, where you cooperate with all the other law enforcement agencies. And we also want to welcome our guests from SIRA who are here. I've not seen anyone from IPID or got an indication that they are here, but we also expect them here. We also welcome the chairs of chairs who has been joining us in some of our engagements with the South African Police Service. Good morning again. I welcome you all to this critical sitting of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety, where we are going to receive statistics for Q4 for the financial year 23-24. We begin today's session with a dual sense of, of responsibility. On one hand, to acknowledge the progress that we have made in reducing the certain categories of crime across the province, and on the other hand, to confront the painful realities that continue to haunt our communities. We note with caution the decline in property-related crimes and some contact crimes. These are the gains that are a result of a tireless efforts by law enforcement agencies, community policing forums, and active citizens. We commend this progress and encourage a continuous vigilance and collaboration. However, we cannot ignore the harrowing incidents that continue to shake the very core of our society. The brutal murder of Olerato Mongalo, a young woman full of promise, has ignited a national outrage and sorrow. What meant to be a simple date turned into a nightmare that ended with her body being dumped in the streets of Lombardy. This tragedy has once again highlighted the dangers that lurk on the social media platforms, where predators exploit trust and technology to commit heinous crimes. We must urgently strengthen our cybercrime capabilities and digital safety education, especially for the young people. Equally disturbing is the recent case of a mutilated child's body that was found in Roodepoort. A chilling reminder of vulnerability of our children and the depravity that still exists in our community. These are not isolated incidents. They are part of a disturbing trend that demands a coordinated and multi-sectoral response. Yet we continue to we must also confront the failures of our justice system that continue to be observed across the country. The dropping of the cases against Pastor Omotoso, and also some of the recent cases where the NPA was found not to have followed protocol or their regulations to extradite or to even arrest the culprits. This is a big problem because it also defeats the work that the police are putting in place and the effort that has been put in place to fight crime. Because if we can't convict and increase our conviction rate, it makes the whole fight on crime fruitless. We also want to take the opportunity to, where credit is due, we need to give it. You know, the progress that was made in the Jocelyn Smith case, and it's something that we need to commend. But I think one of our future engagements that we need to have is to have engagement with the justice system, because we need them to play their role in making sure that the work that is put in place in the streets is also bears fruit in the courts of law. We must also continue our efforts to improve our collaborations and integration, particularly as it relates to our work as a province with the metros. As I said in the off-the-record remarks, I really appreciate the cooperation that I see. I'm hoping that that will translate again in real sense in our operations. And this is also an important aspect of the strategy that has been adopted of the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy, which remains a cornerstone of the approach of the police in dealing with crime and preventing crime. It's important that, you know, one of the things that I had indicated before and appreciated when we discussed statistics, there's a discussion about the cyber crimes. And I think we have not really taken up and saying that we need to improve our capacity in dealing with cyber crimes. In many of our discussions on cyber crimes, it has always been about, you know, the adverts, people go and buy and then they get robbed. But I think one of the important ones now is the one that involves these hookups and date apps that we have seen. In our recent visit to GP Police Station, we did get an indication that Maboneng precinct has become one of the centers of where these crimes do happen, and with a particular target of the community from the LGBTQI plus community. So it's important that the police must improve their capability and their capacity to be able to deal with cyber crimes. But of importance, as the committee, we need to look at the issues relating to regulations. Regulations as how people who use social media platforms can be verified and they can also be identifiable. And also we need to improve and increase the level of awareness, including even the issue of including it in the curriculum on how the learners themselves can be able to protect themselves, not only from bullying, but also to fall to these scams of being robbed during like hookups. Before I finish with my opening address, it's important that we also note what we saw in Westbury and condemn it as a committee. Because one of the important things that we have been saying is that the community must work with the police, must collaborate with the police, because there's no amount of police work that will be successful without the involvement of the community. But the scenes that we saw on that video that went viral were quite disturbing. Is the issue of undermining the capacity of the state. But of course, it means that we must also talk to our communities. That outside everything else, you can't, on the one side, raise a grievance about drugs and gangsters on the other hand, you act to protect them. And I think we need to condemn it as a committee, and everyone in the society must do that. General, this is going to be an opportunity. Unfortunately, it's not a birthday present wrapped with a ribbon. We are at work, and also truly appreciate the cooperation that you have given us and the working together as a committee and holding you accountable and even following up on all the matters that we raise with you. And we truly appreciate it as the committee, and you are given the opportunity to come through to address the crime stats. Thank you. Maybe before you continue, we need to do this small procedural aspects that deals with the declaration of the precinct of the legislature. That I, Honorable Bandile Masuku, Chairperson of the Community Safety Committee, hereby declare that Thabo Eco Hotel as a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56 of the Standing Rules of Gauteng Legislature, read together with Section 1 and Section 2 and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act number 4 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, the hotel will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. There's the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. And then I can hand over to you, and then we'll confirm the agenda after you have spoken. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Before I can do the formal greetings, thank you very much. I think it's befitting that the arrangement is superb on my birthday. I had at least a breakfast before I could appear before the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety, Dr. Bandile Masuku, the Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Members, the management of the law enforcement agency, stakeholders present here, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety, for inviting the South African Police Service to present the fourth quarter crime statistics, mainly for January to March 2025. As we are presenting the crime statistics, I want to emphasize that as law enforcement, we are mindful that behind every number, there is a human being, a family, and communities are affected. Crime reported as reflected on the crime statistics is mainly focused on 21 priority crimes grouped into two main types, namely the 17 community reported serious crimes and 4 crimes that are detected as a result of police action. Honorable members, crime statistics in Gauteng has moved towards downward trend as we made progress in a fight against crime by recording a 7.9% decrease, which translates to 8,393 counts on 17 community reported serious crimes for the 3 months under review. The decrease is a positive trajectory as we take into account the provincial high population and the other various factors. Honorable Chairperson and members, we are also mindful that the province still accounts 26.2% to the national overall crime picture. In other words, out of 100, the other provinces, they are sharing the remaining percentages. Honorable Chairperson, members, the breakdown of the crime subcategories goes as follows. Firstly, is contact crimes. Contact crimes are crimes committed against persons, and the province in this broad category has decreased by 8.5%, which translates to 3,864 counts. Within this category, murder was reduced by 10.8%, Honorable Chairperson and members. We just want to reflect as well the causative factors for murders. What came out clearly, it is argument, misunderstanding, road rage, provocation, closely followed by robbery. Most of the murders within our province are mainly committed at a public place and then at the residence of the victims or perpetrators. Honorable Chairperson and members, the province had a challenge of multiple murders. The multiple murders have contributed to 75 dockets with 191 victims to the province's murder rate. For the highest number of people killed, just to reflect, we had 2 incidents where 7 victims were murdered on the same crime scene. These incidents happened in Soshanguve and Kagiso. In Soshanguve, we know the well-known informal settlement which came forth because of this incident called Marry Me. Preliminary investigation suggests that the community patrollers had some sort of a quarrel with the certain grouping which was suggested to the security company. This resulted in patrollers being stoned, shot at, partially burned. The police and the Hawks moved swiftly and arrested the perpetrators of this horrific crime. We are, of course, grateful to the community for coming forward, as you have indicated, Honorable Chairperson, that we need to work closely with the community. The cooperation of the community assisted us greatly in cracking the case. 3 accused are now facing the full mighty of the law. In Kagiso, a group of suspects torched 4 vehicles, a shack, and a spaza shop, and randomly shooting at people. 7 lifeless bodies were found on the street with gun wounds, of which there were 6 men and 1 woman. 3 people were injured. We ultimately had 2 arrests. Following this incident and the concern of the community, we have followed up with the maximum deployment in terms of targeted areas for cordon and search. The maximum resources were deployed. As I've indicated, cordon and search operation was conducted. During the operation, we arrested 19 suspects, of which 5 were illegal immigrants, and the other 14 were charged with different crimes such as dealing in drugs. We were, of course, be in a position to confine possession of unlicensed firearms and possessions of explosives. Reflecting on the attack on rural communities, Honorable Chairperson and members, the province had 1 incident reported for the 3-month under review at West Honoria, West Rand District. This happened on the 1st of February 2025, with the exact time 7:30 as reported. An African man was killed during a robbery at a farm where 3 cows, 2 goats, 2 sheep were stolen. The reflection of the police killings, Honorable Chairperson, members, murder of our police officers for the period under review is 11 police officials, of which 1 member was killed while on duty and 10 while off duty. The Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, known as the Hawks, deal with the police killing cases. For the period under review, 5 suspects were arrested, and the investigators are hard at work following the leads to trace more suspects. Honorable Chairperson, members, we will not be deterred. We are strengthening our effort and ensure that we put our operational plan in ensuring that we move with the threat. We also move to the community in ensuring that as and when we engage the community through those Imbizos awareness campaign and the community outreach program, we will, of course, resolve most of the crimes. We must indicate that within the period under review, we managed to have 3,135 community engagement within the province. This includes the engagement through the local police stations, as we know for the fact that we have directed that Wednesdays be the days of the week where we have to keep in touch with our community. We will, of course, continue to work with the communities in ensuring that the criminals do not have a place to hide. Moving to the other subcategory, which is sexual offenses. The sexual offenses is reduced by 2.1%. One must indicate, Honorable Chairperson, members, that the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offenses maintains a comprehensive approach to address sexual offenses, from enforcement to education, community engagement. For the period under review, they have arrested 1,112 sexual offenders, presented 1,356 cases in court, and secured convictions for 102 offenders, resulting in 28 life sentences and an additional of 900 years imprisonment. The efforts undertaken extend beyond the law enforcement, with 127 awareness campaigns reaching 12,300 individuals, including 4,250 adults and 8,050 children. The campaigns focus on strengthening partnership with the stakeholders and promoting the importance of reporting sexual offenses and gender-based violence and femicide. The third crime subcategory is a robbery with aggravating circumstances. As we move forward, we have reduced violent crime. For the period under review, reduced this subcategory of crime by 8.9%. Car hijacking under the above subcategory was reduced by 2.7%. Robbery at residential premises by 6.2%. Robbery at non-residential premises reduced by 25%. However, the cash in transit robberies, truck hijackings have increased by one count, of which is translated to 0.4%. Honorable Chairperson, members, there are notable arrests which we recorded during the period under review. The reflection is on hijacking cars and trucks. We arrested 292 suspects and recovered 837 hijacked stolen vehicles. Robbery at residential and non-residential premises, we arrested 473 suspects. Kidnapping, which it is a concern, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members in our province. For the 3 months under review, we recorded an increase of kidnapping by 15.8%. A sample was taken of a size of 2,341 cases, which were analyzed by the province to determine the circumstances and causative factors for kidnappings within the province. Amongst others, we had hijacking and attempts. We have 1,338 cases, which is carrying a high percentages. Robbery related 356. Ransom demand or demanded 144. Extortion 20. Human trafficking 3. Honorable Chairperson and members, through our collaboration and through the link of the National Anti-Kidnapping Team, counterintelligence. The province has arrested 88 suspects linked to 62 cases of kidnapping and rescued 77 victims of kidnapping during the period under review. We are, of course, working closely together with our stakeholders to combat the kidnapping syndicate operating within the province. We are, of course, thankful to the Business Against Crime South Africa for partnership through the Eyes and Ears initiatives, of which we do have memorandum of understanding signed by the National Commissioner and our partners. We are able to deploy the technology resources from Business Against Crime South Africa links to the security industry as we utilize the security officers as a force multiplier when conducting the takedowns for the majority of the operations for these kidnappings. We are also thankful for cooperation agreements, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, which is now have been extended to the local municipalities by the Premier of Gauteng, Panyaza Lesufi. As of yesterday, we were in Tembisa with the Premier. This cooperation agreement ensures that the sharing of valuable resources amongst law enforcement agencies. We are in a position to conduct high visibility operation within the province with Metro Police, Gauteng Traffic Wardens, local traffic, community policing forum, community in blue patrollers, and all other social partners for fight against crime, side by side. The subcategory for crime detected as a result of police action, Honorable Chairperson, members, as we move the length and breadth of our province, where our presence is seen and felt on the ground, we were in a position to apprehend suspects for different crimes. For the 3 months under review, suspects arrested for this subcategory were as follows. Illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. We have recorded 1,035 cases. When we compare with the other provinces, Gauteng recorded the highest number of firearms and ammunition recovered. Drug-related offenses, we recorded 11,365 arrests. Driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, we have recorded 6,689 cases. Sexual offenses detected as a result of a police action, we recorded 443. As I draw to the conclusion, let me mention the success we have achieved through Operation Shanyela. Week in, week out, we are on the ground, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and I am leading from the front. The total suspect arrested for various crimes for the period under review for Operation Shanyela is 28,851, including 8,110 illegal immigrants. 3,682 suspects were arrested for contact crimes, including 116 arrests for murder and 108 for attempted murder. Detectives secured conviction where 25 murder accused were sentenced to a combined 6 life imprisonment terms and 256 years in prison. 1,527 arrests for assault GBH, 1,306 for assault common. 3,105 suspects arrested for liquor-related offenses, where we closed 1,047 liquor outlets and seized over 90 million milliliters of liquor. 6,750 illegal firearms seized, including amnesty and volunteered handed over firearms, and 6,189 rounds ammunition. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, we acknowledge that there's still much work to be done. And as we move forward, we will continue to foster collaboration with our stakeholders in ensuring that we improve the safety and security of our communities. As together, we can do more. This will ensure that we are building stronger and safer communities. Honorable Chairperson and members, allow me to hand over to the Provincial Crime Register Brigadier Mpho Chakalani to present to you the comprehensive crime statistics for the fourth quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you, PC. As we prepare to go through the stats, let me further welcome the Deputy Speaker, Ms. Manamela, and also welcome the Chairperson of the Board of the Community Police Forum. I saw a cap that looks like his. I've not really confirmed it's him, but it's the cap that I can only say that I can welcome him, Mr. Masilela, and also welcome the HOD, Ms. Sisulu, and the team that is here. Welcome Honorable Bosch, who also arrived whilst we were doing the opening. And further note the apologies from Member Mulder and Member Gunene. I'm certain that we have been doing these statistics for long, so we know which are important aspects that we need to emphasize and actually elaborate on. The platform is yours, and as the projection is getting there. So we are going to receive the stats now, and also after the stats, we'll get the reports brief reports from the metros, and any report from CIRA on the work that they've been doing, and maybe on the new regulations that are under discussion. And then we'll then have deliberations, and then we close the meeting. So we are not going to be here for long, and I think the agenda has been circulated, and maybe just to get members to confirm the agenda as it is. Thank you, Member Moody. Can I get...
Member Bosch will second.
Thank you, Member Bosch. So there will also be an addendum to the report of the crime stats on progress that we have made on certain categories of crimes that we have been concerned on. And I'm certain that we are going to include at some point the one that relates to schools and health facilities, because we also have seen that there's a trend at the level of health facilities where health workers are actually attacked and also robbed. Maybe not only here in Gauteng, but also in other provinces. So we will at some point add on in terms of the progress on the priority crimes that as a province we are following up. And maybe lastly, before I give it to you, that we maybe have to start to have a tally, a PC, of all the guns that we are collecting and that we are concentrating, so that we know in general how many guns in Gauteng that we have collected, and maybe it must be a live tally that we do, because we note that the guns are a big instrument in all the crimes that we are dealing with. So over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, HOD, Mrs. Sulu, Chairperson of the Provincial CPF, management of the SAPS, media, all protocol observed. Honorable Chair, this morning I'm going to give an overview of Gauteng crime statistics. As we're all aware, the crime statistics nationally was released by the Minister as well as the National Commissioner 2 weeks back. However, I will be highlighting as well as unpacking some of the offenses, particularly focusing on Gauteng for the fourth quarter of the financial year 2024-2025, covering January up until March 2025. Honorable Chair, the long version, just to show overall unpacking all the offenses, is also prepared. However, for now, I will just select and give a brief summary in terms of the Gauteng performance for last quarter of the financial year. As we start with our overall scoreboard, just to show overview for Gauteng, how it performed for last quarter, starting with our contact crime. Under this category, all offenses, with the exception of attempted murder, we saw a decrease. With attempted murder, there was an increase of 28 counts, 1.6%. This is as a result of some of the attempted murder. We had accumulated this from incidents whereby there are multiple, in one incident, there are multiple incidents where many victims were harmed in that regard. So this also emanated from the murders related, where you have in one incident people are murdered and others are severely injured. So that's how we accumulated some of this attempted murder. When we look at those that reflected a decrease, with murder in total in Gauteng for quarter under review, 1,439 people were murdered, which reflected a decrease of 175, 10.8%. This was the reduction from 1.6 that was recorded the previous year. When you look at the sexual offenses, there was also a reduction of 55 counts. In terms of the assaults with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, there was also a reduction there of 1,153. Common assault, we saw a reduction of 998. Common robbery, there was also a decrease of 393. Robbery with aggravating circumstances, there was also a decrease of 1,118. As a result, the category of contact crime, due to all the reduction that we saw under this category, we managed to decrease this with 3,864, 8.5%. Still under contact crime, however, looking at the subcategory of sexual offenses as well as robbery aggravated, accounted for under the contact crime. When you look at the sexual offenses, they break down in terms of the offenses that are covered under the subcategory, which is murder, where we saw a decrease of 15 counts. Sexual assault also decreased by 37. Attempted sexual offenses, a decrease of 13 counts. However, in relation to contact sexual offenses, there was an increase of 10 counts. Looking at the robbery aggravated, carjacking decreased by 70 counts. Robbery at residential premises, we also decreased by 122 counts. At non-residential premises, a decrease of 348. In terms of the trio crime, covering the three crimes there's a decrease of 540, 9.1%. When you look at the robberies of cash in transit, the CITs, in total, Gauteng, we had 13 incidents, which reflected an increase of 1 count when you compare to the previous period where we have recorded 12 incidents. Bank robbery, we did not have any incidents of bank robbery for period under review. In relation to truck hijacking, we increased by 1 count. Moving over to contact-related, covering both arson as well as malicious damage to property, we saw an overall reduction of this category by 487 counts, 7.5, mainly due to arson decreasing by 3, as well as malicious damage to property decreasing by 484. When you look at the property-related, covering the 5 offenses, as a category, it decreased by 2,180, mainly due to burglaries at non-residential premises decreasing by 418. Burglaries at residential premises also saw a decrease of 1,083. Theft of motor vehicle, a decrease of 302. Theft out of motor vehicle, a decrease of 333. Stock theft, a decrease of 44. Moving over to other serious crime, theft general, which is one of the highest contributor towards our 17 community reported. This offense alone is contributing more than 25% towards 17 community reported. We saw a decrease of 1,675. Commercial crime, whereby we saw a consistent increase over the period of 5 years. Comparing the 2 periods, we had increase of 786, shoplifting a decrease of 973. Overall, the other serious crime as a category, there was a decrease of 1,862. When you look at the 17 community reported, covering all reported offenses, mainly due to contact crime, contact-related, property-related, as well as other serious crime having a decrease. Hence, the 17 community reported as a broader category. We saw a reduction of 8,393 with 7.9%. When we move over to crime detected as a result of police action, with this one, ideally we want to see an increase as opposed to the 17 community reported where we want to see a decrease. This is show the effectiveness of policy in terms of crime detection as well as the arrest. So when looking at this category, illegal possession of firearm and ammunition, although we had a decrease of 131, in total 1,035 firearms were confiscated or recovered in the province during the period under the review. Looking at the truck-related, an increase of 1,065, driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs. We also saw an increase of 1,066, sexual offenses, increased by 6 counts. In terms of the overall category of this category, there was an increase of 2,006. Honorable Chair, for this one, this is whereby we are showing a crime rate for the contract crime, in particular where the unit of measure is a person. Here we want to show the likelihood of probability of people being the victims of crime out of 100,000 population. This is mainly to have a comparison between the provinces because we know due to the population in Gauteng will forever record the highest volumes in terms of the crime incidents due to the population. However, just to bring into focus the population to determine out of 100,000 population, how many people will likely to be the victims of this selected crime. So when you look at murder, the murder rate is 8.5 per 100,000. Population rape is 12.1. Attempted murder is 10.4 per 100,000 population. Assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm is 52.1 per 100,000. Common assault is 71.8%. Common robbery is 19.7. All this rate have saw a reduction, meaning there were lesser people for this particular period that were victims of crime when compared to the previous period when we look in relation to crime rate. Honorable Chair, Gauteng continued to still be the highest contributor, even though we had reduced highest when compared to other provinces. In total, for this period, we reduced 8,393. However, in terms of the contribution towards overall volume nationally, we contributed 26.2, which still remains to be the highest contributor towards the national picture. When you look at the district, all the districts managed to reduce the 17 community reported. Looking at the district in terms of the highest volumes of reduction, Johannesburg managed to reduce 2,736, followed by Ekurhuleni in terms of the highest with 2,659, Tshwane 2,264. When you look at the contribution, those three districts in terms of the heavyweights, they are contributing mainly in terms of the provincial figure with Johannesburg contributing 36.6, Tshwane 27.2, Ekurhuleni 22.5. Looking at the month to month for 3 months of the quarter, we managed to reduce 17 community reported throughout 3 months of the quarter, January, February, as well as March. We do also have a top 17 community station for quota. These are the high crime station, mainly they are contributing irrespective of whether they have recorded a decrease or an increase. Just to mention the top 5 being Midrand, Honeydew, Rutherford, Johannesburg Central, as well as Sandton. Although they are part of the top 40 in terms of the contribution, all those top 5 stations, they managed to reduce their overall crime. The top 9 also feature in the national list of the 17 community reported for quarter 3. Overall, the station, out of 47 of those, indicated an increase. These are the remainers of the station contributing towards the provincial picture. When we move over to contact crime as well, we managed to reduce it during the month of January, February, as well as March. Looking at the districts, all the districts reduced, with the highest being Ekurhuleni with 1,319, followed by Tshwane with 1,212, Johannesburg with 930. Contributions still remain between the 3 districts, Johannesburg with 38.6, Tshwane with 24.2. We also do have a top 40, of which 11 of those feature in the national list. I will not go through the station as they are reflected on the screen. When you look at the domestic violence related crime, these are the offenses that were committed, however they were linked or as a result of the domestic violence. These are the incidents whereby the victim and the perpetrator, they're in a sort of a relationship, being blood in terms of the mother and the son, or a relative, a niece and uncle, or marriage, the in-laws, as well as other maybe people who are sharing a residential place. So when you look at Gauteng for quarter 4, in total, all incidents that were linked to domestic violence is 8,567. When you look at the contribution by each district, Johannesburg is taking a bigger chunk of those with 3,214 contributing 37 incidents of domestic violence in Gauteng. The second highest contributor of these DV-related cases, they are coming from the district of Tshwane with 2,102 with a proportional contribution of 25%. When you look at the offenses that are mainly contributing to domestic violence incidents that are reported in the province, just to zoom into the top 3 contributing, the top 1 being common assault. In total, 4,592 incidents linked to a common assault were as the results of DV, domestic violence. The second highest contributor towards these incidents are assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm with 1,704, and then the third highest is malicious damage to property with 1,501. However, let me also zoom into murder as well as the rape. With rape, 31 cases of murder were linked to domestic violence, and rape with 194. When you look at these offenses, majority of all of these offenses that were committed, the victims were female. When you look at murder, we also reduced murder January, February, March for whole 3 months of the quarter. Looking at the district, Sidibeng was the only district that saw an increase just by 1 count for murder. However, when you look at the other district, we've managed to reduce murders. It's Johannesburg with 57 counts down, Ekurhuleni with 54, Tshwane with 40, and Western with 25. The contribution still remain between the 3, however, the top 2 being Johannesburg with 39.8%, as well as Ekurhuleni with 29.2. Honorable Chair, when you look at the factors that contribute to murder in Gauteng, just to mention the top 3 with the sample that we took there. From the sample that we took, argument, misunderstanding, road rages still contribute or still persist to be the main contributor towards the murder that are reported in the province with 102. The second highest contributor is with robberies. These are the murder committed during the commission of robberies with 103. Vigilantism, where people taking law into their own hands with 69 counts there of murder that were committed. Honorable Chair, when you look at the phenomenon that still persists to contribute to the highest volumes of murder in Gauteng, This is this phenomenon of multiple murder that PC already alluded to. In Gauteng, from overall murder counts that were reported, 191 of those were resulting from multiple murder, meaning in one incident, more than one person is murdered. So when you look at the breakdown there, in terms of the 7, where in one incident there were 7 victims, 2, the example were given by PC already. However, there are other issues in terms of the farm murder. In total, we had only 1 where the victims were a male employee in Western area. This has happened during the robbery at the farm, where they managed to take the livestock there at the farm. And then in total for the province, in that period of under review, 11 police officials were killed, whereby 1 was on duty and 10 of those off duty. Place of occurrence where these incidents took place, from the same sample that we took to establish the causative factor, we saw that public places such as street, open field, still persist to be the common place where these incidents of murder took place in Gauteng, with a total of 765. The second place where these incidents took place is the residence of perpetrator victim, meaning this is the place known to either the victims or the perpetrator, with 306. Liquor outlets also played a role there with 50 counts. When you look at the instrument, the commonly used instrument during the commission of this murder, firearms still persist to be the most preferred instrument during the commission of murder, with 697. Just a reminder again with this one, 697 does not necessarily reflect the number of firearms used, however, number of victims that were murdered with the firearm, because one firearm can murder more than one people in the incident. We do also have a top 40 for murder stations, of which 7 of those feature in the national list. Without going through the list, out of this top 40, 20 of those managed to decrease their murder for Q4. When you look at rape only during the month of February were reduced by 97 counts. However, January and March there was an increase. March we increased by 54 counts, and January with 28 counts. Looking at the district there, District of Ekurhuleni as Tshwane, those are the 2 districts that managed to reduce the murder rate, rape rate, with 16.5 for Ekurhuleni and Tshwane 3.1, and increases as reflected, Citibank with 37, Johannesburg with 45 counts, Citibank with 37, Western with 17. Looking at the contribution between the 3 heavyweights districts, with Johannesburg with 37.8% and Ekurhuleni with 24.6, Tshwane with 22.9. Place of occurrence, this is where the rape incidents took place. Residence of a perpetrator accounted for 859, and public place accounted for 336, leisure place with 25, and prison holding cell with 13 counts of rape incidents that we recorded. Top 40, 5 of those stations, Rutherford, Orange Farm, Alexandra, Diepsloot, as well as Ivory Park, feature as a top 5 of the province. This station also feature in the national list for Q4. Out of the 40, 21 stations increased their rate. When you look at trios, we do had a reduction for trio January, February, as well as March. Looking at the district, only the district of Tshwane, where they had an increase by 20 counts, 1.5%. Reduction highest from Johannesburg with 297. Looking at the contribution, Johannesburg still continued to be the highest contributor towards overall volumes of Gauteng, particularly for trio crime with 35.8%. Also, we had a top 40 station, of which this top 40, 19 of those feature in the national list, with 22 of the stations from our top 40 having to record an increase for Q4. Carjacking, we saw a reduction during the month of January, February. However, in March, we have increase of 15 counts. Looking at the district, Ekurhuleni and Tshwane had an increase there of 2 and 5 respectively. When you look at the district that saw a reduction, Johannesburg with 6, Citibank with 57, and Western with 15. In terms of the contribution towards the overall picture of overall figure of 2,488, Contributions are mainly coming from Johannesburg with 38.4%, followed by Ekurhuleni with 27.5% and Tshwane with 23.5%. These are the top 40 stations for the province. The station in overall of national list, we have 19 of those, 23 stations reflected an increase for Q4 for carjacking. When you look at the robberies at residential premises, we saw a reduction for January, February, as well as March, with the district, Tshwane being the only district that saw an increase for robberies at residential premises with 103 counts, with a contribution of 24, with a percentage of 24.9 and contributing 27.7 towards the provincial figure of robberies at residential premises. In terms of the highest reduction there, Johannesburg with 149, followed by Western with 40 counts, and then Ekurhuleni with 19, Sedibeng with 17 counts. We also have a top 40 station that are contributing in terms of robberies at residential premises because of the volumes, of which this 40 station, 14 of those feature in the national list, the top 5 being Lower Mabopane, Tembisa, Rotherport, as well as Mamelodi East. All this top 40 station, 25 station reflected an increase for robberies at residential premises for Q4. When you look at the robberies at non-residential premises, we had also reduction for January, February, as well as March, with all the districts having a reduction. The highest in terms of the counts is Johannesburg with 142, followed by Tshwane with 88 counts, Ekurhuleni with 73, Sedibeng with 36, and Western with 9. The contributions still remain between the three heavyweight districts, Johannesburg having to contribute 35.1% towards overall figure of robberies at residential premises for Gauteng during Q4. We also have a top 40 for non-residential premises robberies, of which 11 of those, the top 11 also feature in national list. Looking at overall top 40, 15 station indicate an increase for this particular offense. When you look at the robberies of cash in transit, the CITs, January we reduced by 1, February by 2, however March we went 4 counts up. When you look at the district, Tshwane and Western saw a decrease of the CIT for their district during the period, with Tshwane decreasing by 2 counts, Western with 1. The increases with Ekurhuleni 2 more, Johannesburg and Sedibeng each having an increase by 1 count. Contribution, mainly 2 districts are contributed highly to CITs that were recorded in the province, with Johannesburg taking account of 38.5% and Ekurhuleni 30.8%. When you look at the CIT, how they were executed in the provinces in terms of the method, there were 2 types out of 13 that you had to break down. The cross payment, mostly the cross pavement, the execution or the method is similar to where the armored vehicle is stationary. However, with this one, they wait for the security guard to board the vehicle so that they are able to target them. So for that, we accounted 6 of those out of 16. When you look at the district, it's only 3 districts that contributed to that 6. Ekurhuleni had 1 incident, Johannesburg 4 of them, Tshwane with 1. When you look at the armored vehicle while it's on the road, they target the vehicle while it's on the road, either by shooting at the vehicle or the tire so that the vehicle can come to a halt. Then they're able to target the security so that they can bomb it. So in total, we had 7 of those. When you look at the breakdown of that, Ekurhuleni account for 3 of those, Johannesburg 1, Sedibeng 2, and Tshwane 1. When you look at the companies that were targeted, mainly from that 13, FCS with 7, G4S with 5, EasyCatch with 1. Those are the methods that were used mainly during these incidents. The explosive are used either to bomb the vehicle as well as the firearm to threaten the security. When you look at truck hijacking in January, we saw a decrease of 13 counts. February, we went up with 9. March, up with 5. When you look at the district, Ekurhuleni and Johannesburg had an increase of truck hijacking, with Ekurhuleni up with 28 counts, Johannesburg additional 4 counts were recorded. Reduction, Tshwane decreased by 15 counts, Western with 14, Sedibeng with 2. Contribution mainly with the 2 district, Ekurhuleni accounting 40% of that 242 counts of truck hijacking, and Johannesburg taking 22.3% of the total truck hijacking incidents that were recorded in the province. We also do have a top 40, of which 24 stations that feature in the truck hijacking form part of the national list in terms of the contribution. In summary, out of this top 40, 25 stations reflected an increase of the truck hijacking for Q4. When you look at the kidnapping, we had an increase for January with 103, February 70 more, March 156. All the districts, with the exception of Sedibeng, had an increase. Sedibeng decreased by 10 counts, increases, highest being Johannesburg with 163, Ekurhuleni with 104, Tshwane with 48, Western with 28, with 24. Looking at the contribution, Johannesburg taking up 40% of all total kidnappings that were recorded in the province, and the second highest contributor of the kidnapping in the province is Ekurhuleni with 26.8%. Chairperson, Honorable Chair, when you look at the contributing or motive behind this kidnapping, more than 50% of the kidnapping in Gauteng emanated from hijacking. Remember, with this one, irrespective of whether they hold you for 5 minutes, the fact that is they holding you against your will, the deprivation of movement, we count that as kidnapping. So normally with this one, they drive around maybe in a plan of cleaning your account in terms of the money. Once the mission is accomplished, they release you. Hence, that deprivation of movement, we consider it as hijacking. The second highest contributor towards the kidnapping is robbery related. Maybe this incident, they held you while they robbed you, whether in the residential premises as well as the business premises. While they're still holding you, it's considered robbery linked to kidnapping. And then rape related with 133. When we look at extortion, out of that total, we had 20 of them. And then in terms of the human trafficking in total, we had 3 of those that were linked to human trafficking overall from the kidnapping. Honorable Chair, we also have a top 40 station for kidnapping, of which 26 of those also form part of the top 30 national list of the kidnapping. So just to look at the summary of this station, 34 stations indicated an increase for kidnapping during Q4. Property related, we saw a decrease for January, February, as well as March, with all the districts having a decrease, highest in terms of the number of counts that were reduced. Johannesburg having 916 counts that were reduced, followed by Ekurhuleni with 599, Tshwane with 565, Western with 106, Sedibeng with 9. Contributions still remain between the 3 highest contributing districts, with Johannesburg contributing 32.6, Tshwane 30.2, and Ekurhuleni with 22.4. We also have a top 40 for property related, of which 10 of those also feature in the national top 30 list of property related for Q4. 10 stations only reported an increase out of 40 for the top 40 of the province. Stock theft also decreased throughout the 3 months of the quarter, with January decreasing by 6 counts, February with 19, as well as March. When you look at the district, Ekurhuleni managed to stabilize, meaning what they have recorded for now, current for quarter, is the same counts that were recorded the previous quarter, which is 25. Hence, they managed to put this particular offense on stabilization. And then looking at other districts, Sedibeng decreased, Western decreased by 24, Sedibeng by 10, Tshwane with 8, and Johannesburg with 2. Contribution remained between the 3 there, with Tshwane contributing 35.9%, as well as Sedibeng with 25.3%, and then Western with 20.6%. Honorable Chair, although we don't have any station in the national top 30 list of stock theft, however, we do have our top 40 high contributing station for stock theft, the top 5 being Dube from Tshwane, Vanderbilt, Bronkhorstspruit, De Barrage, as well as Heidelberg. This station, out of 40, only 19 of those recorded an increase for stock theft. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, just to give an overall summary of the station in terms of the summary of out of 17 community reported how many offenses that saw an increase. Starting with the province overall, only 2 offenses, which is attempted murder as well as commercial crime, out of 17 that saw an increase. The rest were able to be on the decrease. And then Ekurhuleni, from the district, only one offense increase, which is commercial crime. Tshwane, 2 increase, which is arson as well as commercial crime. Johannesburg, 4 attempted murder, sexual offenses, theft of motor vehicle as well as commercial crime. Westland, 6 that saw an increase, which is assault, GBH, sexual offenses, arson as well as malicious damage to property, theft out of motor vehicle and commercial crime. Citizen 6 that saw an increase out of 17, which is murder, common robbery, sexual offenses, theft of motor vehicle, as well as theft out of motor vehicle and theft general. With that, Honorable Chair, thank you. This is the end of my presentation for quarter 4 for Gauteng.
Thank you. Let's get Andenda. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm certain that members are noting the questions and comments that they want to make. There is a worrying trend about the trio crimes. I think they are remaining very stubborn in terms of the work that we are doing. And maybe it's because, unless there are other reasons, Commissioner, on why the crimes that are related to robbery and like you see IT, robbery and kidnappings are becoming a big problem. But let me hand over to you to finalize the presentation for the quarter. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. All the other protocols are observed. Chairperson, yes, as per your request, we will deal with a number of aspects that the committee has requested for progress. It is reflected on the screen in terms of the overview. Some of these aspects are progress reports from previous reports in terms of illegal mining, gang-related violence, human trafficking, kidnappings, Vigilantism, secondhand goods, dealers and scrapyards, and then there's 2 new matters that the committee requested during the previous sitting to get a report on, and that will be relating to cybercrime and the community police forums. So the purpose of the presentation is to brief the committee with a progress report on the interventions of those aspects that I mentioned for the 4th quarter of the 24-25 financial year. Honourable Chairperson, we will commence with progress on interventions employed to curb illegal mining. And you will see there that there's 26 precincts, over 4 of the 5 policing districts in the province that experience problems with, in terms of illegal mining. In the West Rand, there's 8, being Bekkersdal, Carletonville, Kagiso, Krugersdorp, Magaliesburg, Boschlike, King, Randfontein and Western Area. In Ekurhuleni, there's 9. In Johannesburg, there's 7. There's 2 been added since the previous report in respect of Doornkop and Mondior. And then lastly, in our Sedibeng district, there's 2 police stations that experience problems in terms of illegal mining, being the Deer with surface mining, as well as Heidelberg. Chair, we also just remind the committee in terms of the criminal value chain for illegal mining that comprises 5 levels, as is reflected on the screen, starting at the bottom with level 1, will be the individuals, illicit miners, mine workers, and security mine personnel. It moves up to level 2, which are the dealers and runners with illicit smelt houses. Then we move to level 3, buyers at regional level, level 4 at national level, and level 5 international level. And level 3 to 5 of this criminal value chain is dealt with by the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigations, the DPCI, or the Hawks. Chair, just to remind ourselves in terms of the interventions that is deployed to address illegal mining, they are continuously implemented by means of a multifaceted approach, inclusive of internal as well as external stakeholders on the different organizational levels. We start at our station level, where there's intensified high visibility operations, targeted deployment of operational resources at these identified illegal mining hotspots. We also have from our district level, there's support in terms of multidisciplinary operations that is conducted, also from provincial level, where there's a continued functioning of our Prof Joint's Priority Committee for the planning and evaluation of all provincial illegal mining operations in terms of our National Crime Combating Forum instruction. It also includes the National Defence Force in the planning and deployment of these operations. And also from our national level, there's deployment of SAPS specialized units to support Operation Valamgodi to address the illegal mining spate in our province. And this also includes other units such as our National Intervention Unit, our Mobile Operations Unit, the Special Task Force, and the like. And the deployment of these units are done in terms of our 5-pillar operational approach. Chair, when we look at the activities and operations that has been conducted in respect of illegal mining for the 4th quarter, that is the period January to March, we can see there's a total of 114 illegal mining operations that were conducted. Awareness campaigns, there were 92. Visits to these mines or diggings were over 2,200, and then searches that were conducted at the mines were 135, giving us a total of 2,570 activities in this area. Some of the successes that has been achieved in terms of illegal mining operations for the period under review is reflected on the screen, with 202 undocumented persons arrested. For illegal dealing in liquor, that has been 3 arrests, drug-related crimes 7, and possession of firearms and ammunition, there were 6, bringing the total of 228 in terms of illegal mining. There were also a number of confiscations done during these operations, which is reflected there. I might not read through all of them. Suffice to say that in terms of firearms, 18 firearms has been recovered in respect of these operations with 4 vehicles. There's some explosives that has been recovered, as well as precious metals, gold dust, and diamonds in terms of the weight that has been indicated there. Chair, moving to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation in terms of their interventions, it is indicated that illegal mining is not only a South African challenge and is not an issue that has recently come to light. It is a complex issue that has compelled various layers of stakeholders, including government, labor unions, the largest sphere of safety and security, and industry, which has resulted in various strategies containing objectives that are required to be upheld. Mine residue areas not only pose a series of environmental and social risks in Gauteng, but it also creates barriers to the movement of individuals, and these also create challenges for spatial redevelopment and integration programs. Honourable Chair, the SAPS, DPCI, together with the Mineral Council of South Africa, the National Coordinating Strategic Management Team, and the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources have been persistently working on to identify and deal with all levels of the syndicate system that constitute the biomarket of illicit precious metal trafficking. The DPCI continues to focus on illegal mining and illicit trafficking with a focus on level 3 to level 5 of the value chain, as I mentioned earlier. In terms of the DPCI with Project Greedy, some significant progress was achieved, where a preservation order for the amount of over 3.7 million and a forfeiture order were obtained within the 4th quarter of the 24-25 reporting period. Honourable Chair and members, if we just have a look at a number of successes from the DPCI that is linked to illegal mining and the other priority offences. The first one that we reflect there is that on the 27th of February 2025, members of the Joburg Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit conducted a search and seizure operation at an address in Limbro Park when one suspect was arrested for the possession of palladium. The operation yielded the following result. It's 90 kilograms of palladium stones estimated at the value of over 50 million rand. Further to that, on Wednesday, the 19th of March, also members of the DPCI Johannesburg Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit, with the assistance of other stakeholders, conducted a search and seizure operation in Mackenzie Park in Benoni, where another suspect was arrested for possession and dealing in precious metals. 3 gold nuggets, 240 grams, with an estimated value of 300,000 rand and 1 Kruger rand was confiscated. Moving on to further successes by the DPCI on the 21st of March, also with the assistance of other stakeholders, a search and seizure operation on 4 addresses in the Midrand area were conducted where the Zimbabwean national was arrested for possession and dealing of precious metals. The operation yielded the following seizures. There was 3 gold nuggets, once again that was confiscated, 200,000 rand cash at the 2nd address. At the 3rd address, there was no confiscations, and at the 4th address, a money counting machine and rubber bands were confiscated, and all of these belong to the suspect that was arrested. Further move on the confiscations and successes from the DPCI. On the 1st of February 2025, it's reflected there, Chair, that a couple were stopped by members of SAPS at Bedford View, and they were asked to search the vehicle. Permission was granted, and an amount of over 3 million rand was found in the car. Upon inquiry, the response was that this money was exchanged for scrap metal from a company called Hybrid. An investigation was conducted. At the end, it was confirmed that the money was from that firm. An inquiry was opened and cash was seized and booked in as exhibit. Further investigation was then conducted by the Serious Organised Crime Investigation, which has revealed that the property is the proceeds of the sale of second-hand jewellery, the origin of which could not be established, and the seller thereof, which is AfriGold Jewellers, owned by the suspect, made fraudulent entries in respect thereof in its second-hand goods register. The matter was referred by the Serious Organised Crime for asset forfeiture investigation, and the preservation order was granted by the Johannesburg High Court on the 27th of March 2025. Honourable Chair, we will move to, in terms of our progress on the interventions to address gang-related crimes. As indicated previously, the 5-pillar approach is adopted to be implemented to address and combat gang-related crime within the province, and we'll deal with the pillars, each one of them separately, as we move through the presentation. The first pillar that we deal with is in Pillar 1, intelligence gathering, analysis, and coordination, to suffice that areas identified as hotspots for gangsterism are reflected as Boysen, Sophia Town, Moffat View, Eldorado Park, Langlaagte, Orlando specifically Noordgesig, Reiger Park, and then Mohlakeng and Toekomsrus, which form part of the Mohlakeng policing area. It has been noted, Chair, that through intelligence gathering, that gangs, specifically the Varados Quartet, are increasing their territorial fields into areas such as Lenasia and Ennerdale in the Johannesburg district. Resistance can be anticipated from other groupings operated in those areas, which may cause an increase in violence. It's also during March of 2025, a prominent member and drug dealer of the Varados Quartet was shot and killed. Prominent gang members are currently being targeted, creating a vacuum in the leadership of gangs, which may result in inter-gang conflict as well as revenge attacks. The severity of this conflict will also depend on the targeted individual's hierarchy. It's also been noticed, Chair, that younger boys, which are aspiring to be gang members, are being utilized as shooters by the gangs. This may also be considered as an initiating process used by gangs, as killing a person is a prerequisite to join some of these gangs in order to prove loyalty. Currently, the Varados Quartet gang grouping is extending the territory within the Toekomsrus area in Mohlakeng, as we indicated, where the umbrella boys are operating. These umbrella boys are dissatisfied with the situation and the possibility of increased violence in the area should the opportunity arise cannot be discounted. Lastly, in terms of the Pillar 1, toy guns are increasingly seized, and these are used to threaten, intimidate people and commit crimes. Gang shooting also occur for various reasons, which include within the same gang as a result of personal disputes or contestation of leadership positions. Secondly, rivalry between different gangs over drug territory. And lastly, then revenge killings from gang members or family members of deceased. Social media is also increasingly used by gangsters or by youngsters to show their loyalty to a specific gang by means of hand signs. Some of them even go so far as posing with firearms, whether they are real or not. Some of the mitigating measures implemented in terms of the intelligence environment is the intensive interviewing and interrogation of victims and suspects, the profiling and purifying of the list of repeat offenders and parolees, including accused released on bail, profiling, purifying of list of circulated wanteds, cases withdrawn which are reviewed by the detective environment for possible re-enrollment in court, intensified collection efforts on priority targets. There were 3 long-term operations also registered to address targets from this group, and priority targets of the 2 main opposing groups who are identified, and the targets are for long-term investigations, and cases withdrawn are reviewed. Honourable Chair, we move to Pillar 2 of the approach, which relates to our proactive approach and also high visibility. There's a number of activities that has been implemented to address gang and gang-related crimes, and those include regular school searches for drug awareness and school safety campaigns, also community outreach and targeted street abuses in identified areas, improving youth-related activities aimed at reducing drug abuse and gang-related violence, also exposing problematic liquor outlets, closing after trading hours, selling liquor to minors, and also allowing firearms and other dangerous weapons into their premises. And also lastly, the recruit and deployment of community patrollers in all of these identified areas with the aim of enhancing visibility at drug and gang-related hotspots to reduce criminal activity and improve community relations. Chair, if you look at some of the activities that has been conducted in the prioritized areas, as mentioned, at those police stations for the period under review, we can see for all of those stations there was a number of community awareness campaigns ranging from 149 in Boysons to 111 in Sophiatown and in Mohlakeng, which indicated as the most recent problem for these gang-related activities. There were 317 community awareness campaigns. There was also in all of these areas for the quarter, there was a number of school safety campaigns launched. There were school premises searched, with the highest number being in Mohlakeng, 161, and 52 in Sophiatown. Adopt a crop programs was also implemented across the board. Community patrollers, it's reflected in terms of the numbers there, as well as the Gauteng crime prevention or traffic wardens that is in all of these areas deployed, with the highest number being in Eldorado Park at 228. Pillar 3 of the combat approach relates to the combat approach, Honourable Chair, and this relates to rapid response, which are implemented by our anti-gang unit, and it's reflected in terms of their day-to-day operations for the quarter. There was 5,451 of those. Drug operations were 235, and disruptive operations were a total of 420 for the period under review. There's also the arrests that were made by the anti-gang unit in that areas, policing areas, is reflected. Sophiatown having 62, Eldorado Park 26, Boysons 3, Reiger Park 2, Langlaagte, there were 23 arrests, Mohlakeng 1, and Enderday 1, Mohlakeng 2, bringing a total number of arrests in terms of the anti-gang unit to 119. Also through the anti-gang, there was a number of confiscations during the fourth quarter. I'm just going to highlight one or two in terms of cannabis. There were 79 grams. Mandrax tablets, we can see there was a total of 8,469 tablets confiscated over the period. In terms of firearms and ammunition, we had 138 ammunition, 13 pistols or revolvers that were recovered, 1 shotgun, and firearm parts, which include magazines. There were 1 in terms of vehicles. There were 1 vehicle recovered and 2 motorcycles during the period under review by the anti-gang unit. For the same period, Chair, from January to March, the anti-gang unit was also deployed at the following schools in prioritized areas. In Reiger Park, it was the Oosrand Secondary School, Reiger Park Secondary School, and Eldorado Park. There was 3 schools visited, Lancevale, Willow, Crescent, and Silver Oak. In Boysons, the Sir John Adamson High School, Sophiatown Secondary School, and lastly, Riverlee Secondary School in Langlaagte. And our members are also deployed at funerals and after-tears parties to avoid mass shootings. Honourable Chair and members, we're moving to Pillar 4, which is our reactive approach, looking at the detective and case management, mostly in terms of our organised crime investigations. So we can see there at the bottom, for murder, there were 6 court dockets and 4 still under investigation, bringing a total of 10 in terms of attempted murder. To 3, possession of firearms and ammunition, there was 5 case dockets. Other 1 total, there was 19 case dockets that were dealt with. Further, in terms of case management by station, those stations that were identified in terms of Sophiatown, Langlaagte, Eldorado Park, Moffatview, Boysons, and Mohlakeng, we can see in total for case dockets that went to court, there was 3 went to court within 4 of the investigations. Attempted murder, there was 1 that went to court. Possession of firearms, 5 went to court in total. That was 14. Anti-gang arrests, also in terms of the detection and case management, it's also reflected in terms of the different arrests and the number of cases for all of these stations. In total, for murder, there has been 6 arrests and 3 cases. For attempted murder, there has been 2 arrests in 1 case. For possession of firearms and ammunition, there were 6 arrests in 5 cases. and then will bring us to a total of 14 arrests in 9 cases in terms of anti-gang activities done by the organized crime. Chairperson, during the previous sitting, there was also a request made to reflect on arrests made of SAPS members in terms of anti-corruption involved in gangs. So there is a number of proactive measures that has been implemented to counter corruption and enhance integrity, which include the following. There's a 3-year rolling and annual operational plan for risk and integrity management that has been developed and it's been approved. We also ensure compliance with submission of financial disclosures by SMS, MMS members, as well as members attached to financial management and supply chain management for the 24-25 financial year. We also enforce prescripts surrounding the receipt and management of gifts, sponsorship and donations. Also, there's prescripts enforced in relating to application for remunerative work by SAPS employees, circulation of articles and posters in the province to create awareness of anti-corruption. We also have the rollout of an advocacy and awareness program with regards to fraud, corruption, ethics and integrity at our SAPS business units, and also availability of members to conduct ad hoc advocacy and awareness programs. Although not gang-related, for the period under review, a total of 14 SAPS members were arrested in 8 cases for corruption. None of them were gang-related. The last pillar in the approach that is implemented for addressing the gang-related violence is communication and liaison. Just to give an indication there that for the period under review, there was a total of 108 media releases and press statements that were issued in respect of gang, drug, and related successes. Chair, that will bring us to the end of the gang-related violence. We're moving on to the next aspects for progress, and that is in terms of human trafficking and kidnapping. As previously reported to the committee, the following are still in place to address human trafficking. There's provincial task teams on trafficking persons, as well as a provincial rapid response teams to attend to operational matters relating to suspected complaints and pending cases of trafficking in persons and providing support to victims. The DPCI has a National Trafficking Persons Coordinator who is responsible to coordinate and monitoring traffic in persons in the 9 provinces with provincial coordinators in each of the provinces. The mentioned units also have dedicated trafficking in persons investigating officers, and these units do not only assist and protect victims in the investigation of trafficking in persons, but also coordinate, collaborate in trafficking in persons, public education, as well as awareness campaigns. When we look at the docket workflow in terms of the DPCI for the period under review, there were 39 case dockets inquiries that were carried over from the previous quarter, which were under investigation. For the quarter, there was 1 disruptive operation were conducted, 3 case dockets were received for this period, 1 inquiry was finalized, and 1 awareness campaign was conducted. Just to highlight the Honourable Chair that 49 victims of trafficking in persons were rescued in the reporting period, of which 26 were Ethiopians rescued in the Sandringham area, and also 23 South Africans were rescued in Myanmar. These victims were recruited by means of various social media platforms. They were promised lucrative job opportunities in Thailand and then trafficked to Myanmar for forced labor at different scamming compounds. On the 26th of March of this year, the 23 victims were repatriated back to South Africa. When we look at kidnapping, Honourable Chair, the occurrence of kidnapping remains an area of concern and priority within the province. A team from organised crime continue to engage the relevant bank as well as South African Banking Risk Information Centre, or SABRIC as it is known, to trace the withdrawals in instances where a victim's banking app has been used by the suspects to withdraw or transact money. Continued interventions are implemented to address the occurrence of kidnapping, and these include, inter alia, the following forums that has been established with foreign nationals, often targeted for kidnapping for ransom, which include Chinese, Portuguese, and Indian nationals. The functioning of a specialized task team to deal with the investigation of these cases within the organised crime investigation component in the province. There's also increased and focused collaboration with the Directorate of Public Prosecution, as well as the Senior Public Prosecutor regarding kidnappings, as well as collaboration with security companies to assist with the combating of kidnappings. As was indicated by Brigadier Chakalani during the presentation for the 4th quarter, there was 144 cases of kidnapping for ransom within the province, of which 4 cases were dealt with by the special team established within the organized crime component. Those 4 is reflected on the screen, one being in Vereniging in January, another one in Kempton Park in January. There was one in Lenasia in March and one in Primrose in April. Of those 4 cases, 3 of the victims have been released, one is still in captivity. Chair, the next aspect to report on is cybercrime, which was requested during the previous sitting of the committee during the release of the third quarter crime statistics. So as we reflected there that cybercrime in South Africa is governed by the Cybercrimes Act, number 19 of 2020, which came to effect on the 1st of December 2021. And this act defines and regulates various forms of cybercrime, including a number that has been reflected there: cyber fraud, cyber extortion, phishing and online scams, identity theft, unauthorized access, data breaches, malware, and ransom attacks, and then lastly, cyber malicious communication. So the investigation into cybercrime is dealt with as follows. Cases are reported at police station by the public and investigated by local detectives dependent on the mandate. Guidance are provided to investigating officers who is investigating these cases at local level. External role players, for example, scientific, forensic and risk divisions are utilized also to assist investigation and identification of digital footprints. Internal role players are used to assist with investigation, forensic downloading, imaging and analyzing of computer devices, and that include crime and intelligence as well as our cybercrime at head office. Social media platforms, Facebook, TikTok, WhatsApp, and Instagram and others are also subpoenaed to obtain of information. Detectives attached to our commercial crime investigation units at provincial level are attending to open source intelligence courses as well as cybercrime courses. In-service training is provided to detectives during interventions and police stations, as well as workshops which are provided by external stakeholders, which include SAPS, FNB, the Financial Intelligence Center, as well as the South African Reserve Bank. Chair, we've also formed partnerships with the following stakeholders in addressing cybercrime: the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, or the CSIR, SAPS, as we mentioned earlier, a cybercrime work group with Interpol and other international law enforcement agencies, the Financial Intelligence Center, the Reserve Bank, as well as cellular phone and internet service providers. Chair, we're moving on to vigilantism. As per previous report to the committee, the vigilantism refers to the act of taking the law into one's own hands, often through violent or intimidating means, to enforce justice and maintain order. Vigilantes typically bypass official authorities such as police or courts to punish perceived wrongdoers. There's a number of types of vigilantism which may include community-based vigilantism, where neighborhood watches or groups or mobs seeking to protect their community. Political vigilantism, targeting individuals or groups based on ideology or affiliation. And lastly, economic, where punishing those around accused of economic crimes like theft or corruption. Chair, for the period under review, a total of 44 cases, mostly in the Tshwane and Sedibeng district, were reported, and there were 46 arrests made in these cases. The slide there depicts a police station where the number of cases were reported and also the arrests, and we can see on the first slide in Tshwane, the majority of cases were reported at Mabopane with 11 cases. Erasmia, there was 1 case with 4 arrests. Moving still to Tshwane, at Lohati, there was 4 cases and there were 8 arrests. In Themba, there were 3 cases with 7 arrests, all for murder. And then in Sebokeng, there was 1 case in Vereniging with 12 arrests, and in Orange Farms, there were 5 cases and 5 arrests, bringing the total of cases 44, as I indicated, with 46 people arrested in those cases. Second to last, Chair, to report progress in terms of our second-hand goods, dealers and scrapyards. We're also aware that the Secondhand Goods Act 6 of 2009 aims to regulate dealing in second-hand goods and pawnbrokers in order to combat the trade in stolen goods and to promote ethical standards in the second-hand goods trade. It's also then to oversee the implement of the Criminal Matters Amendment Act and ensure scrap metal dealers, general dealers, recyclers, and communication dealers are policed properly. There's a second-hand goods forum that has been established, and this is responsible for the coordinating of the following. First of all, to address non-compliance to the Secondhand Goods Act in respect of registered dealers, ensuring compliance of unregistered second-hand good dealers, also ensuring compliance in terms of the Act by all registered second-hand good dealers through the conducting of compliance inspections and operations. Second to last, to identify and dismantle the market for stolen goods, such as electronic equipment, vehicles, cellular telephones, and non-ferrous metals. And lastly, combating cable theft and other essential infrastructure-related crimes in terms of the Criminal Matters Amendment Act, as I mentioned on the previous slide. Activities that has been implemented for the fourth quarter of the 24-25 financial year is reflected on the screen, with a total of 734 awareness campaigns and 1,230 second-hand goods control operations. There's a number of inspections that has been conducted in various aspects. I will not go through of them all, but in total it is 20,208 inspections that were conducted at the various types of second-hand goods dealers throughout the province. Other actions executed in terms of second-hand goods dealers, also 166 cases were opened. Registered premises that were closed down was 9. Unregistered premises that were closed down was 84. Second-hand goods fines issued was over 16,000, and J534s also over 16,000 that were issued. Arrests were made 314 in terms of second-hand goods related. Dealing in goods at unregistered premises was 307, and possession or receiving of possible stolen goods was 7. These were just some confiscations that were also done during those operations, which I will not go through, but includes a number of items such as batteries, copper pipe, drain covers, fuel, steel droppers, telephone cables, and a number of others. In terms of the reactive measures, also there was a total of 730 cases by the detectives, and of which 738 arrests were made in these cases. Cases still under investigation is 132, and cases not yet finalized pending in court for second-hand goods dealers-related crime is 1,183. Chairperson, the last aspect that we will be dealing with is also a request that was done during the previous sitting of the committee, and that is in terms of the community police forums, to give some background on the functioning thereof. It's reflected there on the slide that the CPFs is the only recognized consultative forum designed to permit communities to make their policing concerns known to the police, as per Section 19.1 of the SAPS Act 68 of 1995. The objectives of the CPFs include inter alia the following: to establish a partnership between the police and the communities they serve to ensure effective protection of communities and a better quality of life. Secondly, to ensure that the police address the primary needs of the community and are accountable to them. Also to enhance the quality of information
space. And that leads to my next question. PC, I've been reliably informed. It's not a criticism. In fact, it's an observation that I want to encourage our provincial government and to an extent the national government to provide resources. And I'm informed that there's only one available in the whole country. I don't know whether it's true. If I'm not, please advise us. And also very concerning, how many of these devices are available to us in Gauteng? When you see those ransom that's being demanded by the kidnappers, it's very scary. It's really scary. I don't know who keeps 15 million rand at home so they can pay off some kidnappers. But those technology we certainly need to have within our law enforcement agency to ensure that we have higher success of crime busting. Then I go to illegal firearms. Again, this was just a inspection we conducted at JP Police Station. Chair, you would have seen the number of illegal firearms. I've never seen 300 and more firearms in one room. And when you see those guns being taken off from the street, it is really scary. Because we know there are many, many, many more, much, much more out there on the street committing crime. PC, you're doing a good job, you and your team, taking those illegal firearms away, but I think we need to do more, especially when you see the sheer number of illegal firearms being confiscated. we, as the residents, unarmed, are very scared. I also want to highlight the gang-related violence, especially the gang-related killings in areas in Johannesburg like Westbury, Newlands, Riverlea, Eldorado Park. I'm sure my colleague, Honorable Evans, will agree with me when I say this. These are gang-related violence focus areas. And the other day, we also saw a video of our police officers being pelted with stones by community members. It's utterly unacceptable where our law enforcement officers are going out there to show visible policing, and then they are being attacked by members of the community. We need to evolve our method of policing and visibility and ensure that the members of the community are being protected, but the criminals are being targeted. I also hear there's reports on the Zamazamas. I look forward to even more progress. Just in terms of illegal mining, I want to refer you to the report, the second that the report received, at page 11. Under confiscations, there's a huge number of 56,503,000 of controlled metals and 3,540,000 of precious metals, gold and gold dust. It doesn't give a unit. I don't know whether it's kilograms or grams, but be it as may, it's a substantial amount of value in terms of the precious metals or control metals that's seized. And this then leads me to the good work that's done by DPCI. I see General Kadwa is amongst us. General, congratulations, and I must salute you for the good work that's done. And I see I've never known this, I learned something today. 90 kilogram of palladium stone is worth 50 million rand. This is really a substantial amount of bust that you've done. I can only wish I can motivate or encourage our legislators to say that when our law enforcement agencies in Gauteng makes such bust, that resource must come back to bolster our agencies, our SAPS, our DPCI, and our law enforcement agency. Chair, I think in closing, it is important for our colleagues in the police, together with our colleagues at Metro Police and all the law enforcement agencies, to understand that we need to decrease crime, but at the same time, create this environment, this feeling of being safe. It is very important that the residents may see the greens, and we are happy about it. But then again, I still feel unsafe on the street. I'll be reluctant to send my children to go out on the street to do anything. So that sense of security must be created. And I think that starts with some of the basic things that we can do. Our visible policing, our methodology in terms of crime prevention, and very importantly, we need to demonstrate to the public that we are committed, we are dedicated in terms of fighting crime. And again, I give you my support, through you, Chairperson, I give you my support, PC and your team, to the DPCI, to ensure that we'll do whatever we can, to ensure that your jobs are done better and our safety is improved in the province. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to start off with, for instance, the crime statistics specifically relating to GBV, rape, etc. And when we got the report on the priority areas, there wasn't really much mentioned, or there wasn't anything mentioned about the GBV brigades, etc., and what is being done to try and address this increase in crime, especially when it comes to rape and GBV violence. So if we can maybe just get some feedback on that. But then to go to this report specifically with regards to the priority areas, at Pillar 1, where it says intelligence gathering, there's various police stations that's listed specifically under gang-related violence. And in the second bullet, it is mentioned that the marauders are busy making inroads into Lenasia and Ennerdale, yet Lenasia and Ennerdale is not mentioned as areas identified as hotspots. So I would like to know why these two areas were excluded in this first list, and if we can monitor these areas, because if crime intelligence is giving us information on Lenasia and Ennerdale, then surely it should be included as identified hotspots that we need to continue to monitor. There's also mention of the social media and how young gangsters are starting to pose on social media. I think we've all seen it ourselves, how they pose with ammunition, how they actually give threats. And on platforms like Facebook, for instance, you can report those posts. But what I would like to know from a law enforcement aspect is, if it's mentioned in a report, then surely the police has seen it. What kind of action steps are being taken against those individuals, and what is being done to the individuals that's freely posing on social media with firearms and making gang-related threats? Because this is very intimidating to community members, because the minute there is someone in a community that is considered as a whistleblower or opens a case, these perpetrators will go onto social media and threaten these victims and whistleblowers on social media for the whole world to see. And something needs to be done from a law enforcement aspect to address it. We can't just leave it being made, but there's no feedback in the report on prosecution and convictions. So can we please just get an update on the convictions and the prosecution specifically related to all the cases in general, because quite often in this report there is a reference made to arrest, but there's no further feedback. So if we can please get some input on the prosecutions and convictions that is done on these arrests that's being made, and not just a general phrase to say it's under investigation. And what is being done to ensure that there is collaboration with the justice system to ensure that these cases are not just left hanging and that prosecutions are not done. Then there's also mention of SAPS members that are under investigation for corruption and other crimes. There's mention of some of them that got arrested, but we've seen media reports, for instance, and other reports where it said that SAPS members were arrested, but they were never suspended. So can we please just also get an update on suspensions and a termination of employment of SAPS members that is found guilty of corruption, and pending this investigation and the finalization of the investigation, confirmation that these members are indeed suspended, and that while they are out on bail, for instance, that they are not returning to work. With regards to the scrap metal dealers, there is mention that it relates to cable theft, but there's no indication as to which areas and which police stations were reported on in this specific report. So I would like to know which areas it was, which stations, was there any arrest made specifically with regards to syndicates that's involved in cable theft, that's damaging our infrastructure and causing days and week-long electricity outages in areas, and cost for municipalities and thousands, millions of rand. And what is done proactively to try and prevent these syndicates? And my last question is just with regards to the CPF resources that was purchased that is mentioned in this report. How is the allocation of these resources determined, and where have these resources been allocated? Because on a continuous basis, I'm being confronted by CPFs that says that they've never received any resources of any sort. And I think we, as a committee, need to get more information on that. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity, but I am covered by Member Soon and Member Boch. Let it pass, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Let me greet all honourable members present here. PC, happy birthday. We pray God's blessing upon your life. I think Member Bosch touched for me on the issue of social media, but I want to elaborate on it, BC. And I don't know, the Director of Intelligence is here, I think, right? My question would be on the social media, is there no way that particular WhatsApp groups and Facebooks can be closed completely? Because what happens in the communities, especially with the gangs, is the minute if I go on that social media and somebody is just being facetious and have any vendetta, you can be sure that person is going to be annihilated. So I want to ask PC, is there no way that this fast gun groups and Varado groups can be taken off social media? I'm sure the intelligence would be able to work with the media and social media institutions to make sure that it is taken off, because a lot of people are dying because they are featured on those groups, and it's very problematic. The other issue, I am the driver in the Gauteng legislature with programs concerning human trafficking and kidnapping. There is a committee that has been established, various stakeholders, yourselves are involved there. But there's one particular case, PC, that needs urgent attention. It is the case where the law enforcement is being alleged that they're not doing their part when it comes to child victims of trafficking in safe houses. So what happens is these children are rescued and they are taken to safe houses. And for the past 6 months, cases have come up where our law enforcement has not even gone to these safe houses to get statements from the victims relating to child trafficking, and that is problematic. So the challenge lies here, PC, is that what happens is that children that have been trafficked are afraid to go back in society because they are going to be targeted. Let me deal with the issue of the Westbury incident, which is my constituency. You get two sides of a story and you get the truth. Let me firstly condemn what happened there in Westbury. I don't think any of us, like some of my colleagues have said, that we could actually accept that kind of behavior towards the SAPS. Doesn't matter what it is. But there are two sides. When intelligence came to myself was one, that it started because one of the SAPS members, it's alleged, there was some incident that happened, and then a young lady went up to one of the SAPS members and he smacked her. And that is what caused that fight, or that stoning of the police. The other one is from the SAPS, is that they confronted and engaged a drug dealer and found drugs in his possession, and then the community, was not happy about that and started stoning the police. I want to say I'm fully acquainted and aware, PC, that the challenges you face in our communities is massive with policing gangsterism and drugs. I've been on the ground many, many years working with you. But I just feel somehow that the relationship, and this has been we have tried so hard to bridge the relationship and the gap between the SAPS and communities. I don't honestly think enough is being done to bridge that gap. And I think that's something that we have to seriously look at. Member Bosch dealt with the CPFs. The report says there's 29 CPFs in Sophiatown. maybe that must be looked at, because maybe it is more in the area of Sector 2 or Sector 3. But I can honestly tell you that in Sector 2 and Sector 1, there is no CPFs functioning. And that is a major challenge for us. Thank you, PC.
Thank you, Chairman. Best wishes to you, PC. Happy birthday. I wish you would have had a fun-filled one, but you are on duty, so you probably won't be able to have a fun-filled one. But it's your job. Anyway, yeah, happy birthday. Chair, I'm going to be brief. Mine is on page 34, or rather 35. Human trafficking. I see the second and last paragraph. The victims that were rescued in Sandringham, the Ethiopians. What happened there? Did they go back to their country? Were they rescued to be put up in some place of safety, shelter, or something of that sort? This is me assuming that they were illegal immigrants or foreigners. They were brought into the country illegally, I'm assuming. The second one is the South Africans that were rescued as well, having it been recruited to Thailand. What then happened after repatriation? Were they given some form of support? I don't know what support would have been given, what's in your scope, what's in within your capacity. Were they just sent home, or rather dropped off home and they see to finish? Or rather there was some program in which you tried to support PC and your team? Are you listening, colleagues? Is there a program where maybe they were given support in some way, because surely this was traumatic, yeah. Is there a program when these kind of things happen, when you've repatriated South Africans? What then happens next? Is it in your capacity? Is it in your jurisdiction, your purview to even assist? So that's, yeah, mine was just on human trafficking, Chair. But otherwise, kudos on the good work you keep on doing. You're doing great, colleagues. It might not be as advertised like in other provinces. I know how the Chair feels about those kind of things. And I feel differently, but be that as it may, you are doing a thankless job, colleagues. You must know that sometimes you won't get the necessary positive comments, or rather necessary encouragement or acknowledgement of the work that you do. But just like teachers or any public servant, you don't get the necessary raise, or the pay you get is not equal to what you're doing. But we can only thank the fact that you sacrificed and chose these careers when you could have done a whole range of things. But you are in the line of fire. You are the first ones to insult you when you don't serve me as a person on that day. But I don't come back as well when I get the service on that day to say, look, police have done 1, 2, and 3. But for the vulnerable that depend on you and that you keep assisting, thank you so much. Please keep it up. Kunzima, we know. But I'm not as brave as you, so we can only commend you for the bravery. When we sit in our luxury and comfort, you guys are on the firing line. I just thought I should maybe send that message so that you are encouraged and keep pushing. There is room for improvement, Chair. There is big room and expectation that you do much, much more. But with what we're seeing here, Engos Bandas. Thank you, Chairman.
And welcome.
There you go.
I think I'll use.
Okay.
I'll use this one. This one is closer. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. No, thank you, Chair, and maybe to add to other members who have noted the good work done by the service, police service, by the team under your leadership, PC. But obviously we have to note where we have concerns. I was a bit worried when I noticed, I'm from CDB, so I noticed that domestic-related violence murders in CDB are 10, which is the highest in the entire province in the period, which followed by Joburg at 9, which it's quite a worrying issue that such a small province, in all other statistics, CDB is number last, but with this one, domestic-related violence was quite high. It's a really a worrying factor. But also, that if you look from the report, 69 people were killed as a result of vigilantism, or what we call mob justice, which is a bit of a worrying factor that it could be that our community members have lost faith in the criminal justice system, that they have to decide to mete out instant justice and give our people and give those suspected criminals a death sentence. It's quite a high number, which will require all of us as stakeholders that we do a bit more work in areas where people may have lost faith in the system, that they feel that the only way to deal with crime is to resort to instant justice. It's a worrying one. And I also noticed that 50 of these murders took place in liquor outlets. And if you look at the records or the trends, is that every weekend, like we know that there's going to be crime that happens around liquor outlets, either because they open too late and there's arguments there. I'm not sure what really needs to be done, but something really needs to be done. I know that there are operations that really focus on these liquor outlets, but it means there's still too many people who go to these places carrying dangerous weapons, guns and knives. And I don't know whether is it a question of compliance, of really forcing that these liquor outlets really ensure that there is no people who go there to enjoy themselves with carrying dangerous weapons. So I think it's something that really needs to be looked at in terms of enforcing, because from the same report that you've given us, we can see that murder was used, firearm is the dominant instrument that is used in murders. From the report, it's 697 cases where firearm was used to commit these crimes of taking people's lives. While the number of cash in transit have reduced by 1, I mean, there's 13 in the period, it's 13, it's still quite a high one, but the worrying one that worrying me mostly is the truck hijackings. I mean, to have 242 trucks hijacked in the 3 months period, that's a serious disruption to the economy. 242 trucks hijacked in the last 3 months under the period under review. I think some more focused work needs to be, just like we have special focused work that is done to deal with CIT. I think we may need to have some kind of a special force that Because this is really economic sabotage. I mean, you can imagine those trucks, they are carrying the value of the goods in those trucks and the disruption that happens to those goods not arriving in their destinations. Business people would have been affected. Consumers would have been affected with their goods not arriving because there seems to be a consistent, well-organized crime syndicate that is targeting these trucks. I think there needs to be a focused effort from the police service. Yeah. Drugs. There seems to be patterns also between the drugs-related crimes and in some of the communities that were reported on earlier. Drug abuse and crimes that are linked, whether it's the sale of drugs or gangs-related, and the whole issue of drug dealing. We appreciate the work that is done, but I still think even in that space, we'll have to, I know that the anti-crime unit, anti-gang unit that has been reporting and doing work in those areas where there's and member events has really complained about our focus in those areas. And we appreciate work that is done, but I just feel that we may have to put more efforts to deal with the causes of this gang-related violence, because we know that it's dominantly drugs and drugs trade that is also breaking down the communities and families. So we will also need to have more of a concerted and collective effort by all of us as stakeholders to ensure that we really respond to such problems. Yeah, but in overall, Chair, I think we must commend the work that is being done by the police. This morning I attended the Everton District Operation Chanela briefing, and we must say that we see the work that is being done. But this morning what disturbed me, Chair, was that around Everton there seems to be a lot of cars that are hijacked at people's homes. You know, in Palm Springs, for example, in the period under review between January and 6 cars were hijacked in a small community. Palm Springs is a very small community, very small. It's 4,000 households there. 6 cars. The nearest one is Everton North with 4 cars, and then other areas is 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. But it shows that for some reason criminals have targeted probably even Everton, even in Orange Farm, because the report was not covering Orange Farm, it was only covering Everton. But I was quite disturbed that such large numbers, when we ask that, no, most of these people are hijacked as they arrive home. Yeah, so there really needs to be a more communication, more work done by CPFs, by patrollers, because obviously police can't escort every car driver to their houses, you know. But this needs more community effort to ensure that we really respond and deal with these types of crimes where people are either kidnapped as they go home, they're hijacked, they are robbed of their money. Yeah, so we appreciate work, but there's still no more work that needs to be done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Sometimes it's difficult to speak when others have spoken, because it leaves very little for one to add to. However, I'd like to just emphasize a couple of things that were raised by other members and then make a few remarks of my own. PC and to your team, indeed you have a very difficult task with the very limited resources that you have at your disposal. And unless a person understands the environment in which you are working in, people will just see you as failing. And I try to explain that to people in terms of the challenges a station commander will face, having a limited resource in terms of human resources, never mind the other resources that goes with it, and having people that you have to put out on 3 different shifts. There's leave, there's 6 leave, there's court, etc., and what you are left with on a particular shift to deal with and police a policing district with over 200,000 people minimum is indeed a very mammoth task. Now, I also want to congratulate you on the amount of work that you guys are doing and the reduction of overall crime here in Gauteng. But I live here in Gangster's Paradise, and it makes indeed, it concerns me. And, having said that, I want to just touch on a few things that were raised by the other members. Member Son is correct in indicating that, before I go to you, Member Son, just tongue-in-cheek, when you said, very surprised, you weren't, you know how much a gram of palladium counts. Is it palladium? Yeah. I thought you saw a business opportunity, and I was going to say, let's go into a joint venture. Yeah, I'm not going to belabor too many points. Member Bosch touched on an issue that is, for me, indeed very pertinent and important. We congratulate you on your successes and the effort that you put into the number of arrests that have been made. But the rest is an output. An outcome is the number of convictions. And the impact is communities feeling safer. Are we achieving that impact? Are we achieving that outcome? And that is where I stress it upon. Because unless we get the outcome and the impact, quite frankly, we haven't really shifted the needle. Because what it does, in fact, do is, it says to people that crime pays. Because someone is arrested today, and today they're out on the street again. And we know that poverty is one of the drivers, not the main driver, but one of the drivers of crime. So I think we need to look at how do we, and I deliberately use the term we, because as Member Son had indicated, we are not here to just point at failures or weaknesses. We are a team. We are elected public representatives, and you are public servants. And unless you succeed, we won't succeed in achieving that goal of having a safer community, better policed, and better serviced. On the issue of the outcomes, we have this memorandum of understanding that has been signed by all the law enforcement agencies in the province. Can we just get just a little brief as to, is it succeeding? Do we see a difference in the impact being made against the fight against crime? Then it comes to the issue of illegal mining, and we have the SANDF as a multiplier. The other day, I was driving past on what was known as Baragwanath Road, past Reveille Extension 2, towards Soccer City, and I saw SANDF vehicles there, and the guys were standing on the side of the road and looking into where the illegal mining is happening. And I asked myself the question, and I'm going to ask you that question. What impact has the SANDF had in the fight against and control of illegal mining in Gauteng specifically? Are they effective? Could they be better utilized? in terms of deployment. When it comes to the issue of gang-related crimes, and I liked what you spoke about in terms of the hijacking, because hijacking is more, not so much gang as what it is organized crime. Sometimes we say gangs that deal with hijackings. That's actually organized crime because it's different to the gangsterism that we'll talk about in the Westbury areas and so on. And intelligent policing would be able to identify who the kingpins are. And intelligent policing would be able to combat that crime more effectively and efficiently. And that is where crime intelligence comes in. And I ask the question wherever we go to police stations, to the heads of detectives, and says, how many informers do your detectives have they cultivated individually? Because most crimes are resolved as a result of information received from informers and from the community. Now, coming to the issue of those communities that Member Evans touched upon, and Member Adams had also referred to, those are most related, those communities are mostly so-called colored communities. They are very small section of the population here in Gauteng, and they are very, the area in which they live can be better policed. Now the question I ask is, what is being done to tackle the issue of gang-related crimes, which is then relates to the drug issue and turf wars, etc., besides just utilizing the anti-gang unit? And talking about the anti-gang unit, I've seen in newspaper reports and media reports, and also speaking to officers, because I don't just go with what the media says or social media says. They are under-resourced, or should I rather ask you the question before I make a statement, are they adequately resourced and housed and supported in the jobs that they are doing? Now, I saw that, in fact, I posted that social media clip of those police officers in Stateless Street in Westbury, where I grew up. I know they had the swimming pools, we used to call it the baths, not the baths. The swimming pool was the baths those years. So I know the area and I know the people. And I asked, what is it that actually ignited that incident? Because yes, Bishop, we've been working hard with the relationships between the police and the community to try and mend it and to try and let it grow. I saw the number of responses to that social media clip from members of that community actually chastising the people for throwing stones at the police. So the vast majority of responses we got there from that particular community was one of disgust and actually not supporting the action taken by that community against those police officers. But let me get to the other aspect that really perturbed me, is when I see police officers, yes, they're going into an area, because here I talk about policing and how do you take your job? Do you take it seriously? Do you just get there to the parade and you are told you patrolling sector 2, and you go and you get into your vehicle and you go and patrol sector 2. Are you told what are the issues that the previous shift has identified in the area, etc.? So in other words, you have a comp stat in a situation, or just an information that says these are things you need to look out for, these are the things that happened in the previous shift, and these, because they know where the hotspots are, because those police officers patrol those particular sectors, they should know it like the palm of their hands. Coming back to the issue of those, there were 7 police officers there with 2 vehicles that I saw in the clip. They're going into an area that they know is gang infested, and the possibility of crowd control could arise. They didn't take shotguns with them. Did their superior, the officer in charge of that particular shift or relief, look and see that his manpower, his resources, his officers or her officers went out properly equipped to deal with the challenges that they face specifically in that community. And when I see 4 police officers running away and leaving 3 of their their colleagues behind, jumping into their vehicle and driving off, then I ask myself, what training did they receive? Because those officers were in extreme danger. My training said to me, you use your vehicle as a means to protect the life of your colleagues or community, because the vehicle can be replaced and the window can be replaced. Those officers drive off. What's happening to those officers? It cannot happen that you go into a situation such as and your colleagues desert you. You stand together and you fall together. And I pray God they never fall together, but I know that if you stay as united force and you retreat, coordinated step by step, you then, because I would not want to have seen that situation escalate, because even those first 2 gunshots that went off didn't deter the people. Now, here's the question. The next officer that goes in there, be it a Metro police officer or a police, SAPS police, because I see all police as police, going into that area, he's going to find it extremely difficult because ons het die polisie uitgejag, ons sal dit weer doen. Negative impact. And those officers must remember that when you don that uniform, you represent the authority of the state. And if the authority of the state is being undermined, as has happened on that day, it then speaks to the issue of lawlessness being encouraged, because we see a degradation and a breakdown of society and the rule of law. How do we correct that one? Sending in a force of 300 police officers in that area on this particular moment is not going to address it, Bishop. We're going to need to go in there together with SAPS leadership to try and mend that situation. And then I heard the issue with regard to patrollers and crime prevention wardens, and more specifically from out of those communities. If they don't have respect for those police officers in that community, and yet we have crime prevention wardens coming from that community and patrollers in that community being respected by that community, then the question comes, how many of those officers in those police stations that police that particular community actually come from that community? In other words, I'm asking the question, can we deal with things differently in terms of better policing? I'm not saying that you need special treatment for the so-called colored communities, but I come from that community. And just like I'd like to have asked the other question, and I'm going to ask that one also with us, has there been a different strategy formulated or planned for policing informal settlements? Because you cannot police informal settlements the same way as you do policing in your formal settlements. Similarly, when it comes to the so-called colored communities, my experience says that the community relates better to their own. Can't we look at the possibility of bringing in more so-called colored police officers into those communities and see what the difference they can possibly make? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think those were comments and questions coming from members. I'm going to give you an opportunity, PC, and the team to respond to. There are quite a lot. Some might require that we start processes from our side as a committee to further clarify them. And maybe one of the issues is the one that Member Moody finished up with, the phenomenon on the colored community. I know that there's a lot of scholarly work that has been done, in particular in Cape Town areas around the issue of the phenomenon on the colored community and gangs, and also issues relating to drugs. I will suggest to our staff members and the committee that maybe we might have to have a seminar of some sort where we invite social workers, academics, just to unpack and unravel the, and deepen our understanding and our knowledge around the issues relating to the colored community. Because the other issue is that I don't believe that drugs is only a colored community matter. We see a lot of in townships, Nyaupe and so on, has taken its toll in young people in those areas. So I think that's one of the things that I would suggest that we do as a committee. We need to just find a way, whether I know the legislature, chairs of chairs have got brown bag sessions or whatever, but we need a broader discussion and depth discussion so that we don't just have an aerial view or opinion around the issue of the colored community. The issue of the inaction of police is coming up again, PC, around the issues of minors. There's a case that I'm bothering you on the issue of Waterfall principal, who's allegedly involved in sexual harassment, sexual grooming, and he's still in the premises of the school. And since August last year, there've never been any contact with the family or taking statements. And so it's not the only, I think there are several of those that are there. But maybe let me just give you an opportunity to respond to, but there are issues that we need to take note as a committee. The issue of the police killings, is a worrying factor. And I don't think we take notice of it that much. I know that we do report on it, but we just need to get more focus on it, on how the circumstances and the protection, and I think it just speaks to the well-being of our officers and taking care of the well-being of our officers. It's a matter that I raise all the time in terms of debriefing, mental health, physical, and even resources themselves. The committee, one of the things we might have to ask Public Works nationally through our committee in the National Assembly to come to speak to us about the upkeeping of our police stations. Some of our police stations are not in a good state. We were quite impressed with Cleveland in terms of cleanliness and upkeep and the work that was done recently on its renovations. But in other police stations, it's a big challenge. And as a committee, we might have to follow up that matter with Public Works and through our National Assembly colleagues. The issue of the car hijackings, robbery, CIT, and kidnappings, as I've said, they seem to be related to it's the economy. It's issues relating to robbery, but it also affects the liberties of individuals and affects the economy of the country. And they remain stubbornly. They are not moving. It's a matter that we need to focus on in terms of progress that we've done. The issue of guns, I've indicated, it's important that maybe we have a public tally of guns that we are collecting and that we are confiscating. Maybe that will be tied to a campaign to raise awareness about people to hand over, volunteer the guns that they don't really need, or also talk about the gun-free society, and also it will encourage, somehow the public perception about the guns' role in all the crimes that we have spoken to. So maybe that's one thing, and have a cumulative figure that we have at the beginning of each and every financial year.
when we complete the financial year, how many guns have been confiscated, how many have been actually destroyed. And it ties to the question about how many goes back to the streets. The role of roads. One of the staff members in the committee raised the issue of roads. Colleagues from the metros, that roads play a role in different ways, you know, in perpetration of crime. You saw the murder rates, there's over road rage, for an example. But also the issue of, it affects policing in informal settlements, you know, because of lack of access and lack of addresses and so on. And it also affects other social service delivery, things like education and health, in terms of ambulances and so on. So there must be a way that we also engage in it, committee members, just to address the issue of roads. You know, it might require a in-depth discussion and in-depth intervention that we need to have with all the other, with the committee on roads, and also with the metros, and maybe Sanral and everybody who's just involved on the roads. And the last comment, and then I allow you, which is a comment that Member San has made about perception and stats. Stats are very good, they look very well, and at least they're a first step, they're a benchmark that we are using of the work that has been done, that there's some progress, you know, but we need to work on the perception, you know, the feeling of being safe, you know, and there are various ways on how we can do it. You know, one of the ways, I'm not an expert, but one of the ways is communicating in a way, not exaggerating our worth and the work that we do, but communicating our successes in a way that will make sure that we build the trust and utilize the structures that we have, like CPF, to engage the communities. Because what we saw in Westbury, it's also about the perception, you know, and it must, you know, either way, I don't think there's any way that we can put it or justify the action. It must be strongly condemned what we saw. The communities are meant to support the police, you know, because they are the ones that have to feel safe. So if they can't keep themselves safe, they can't call anyone. And remember, Gunene, the issue of mob justice, we've banned that word, you know, in our space. There's no justice in that action. There's no justice at all. Killing an individual in any circumstances doesn't bring justice. You know, I think the freedoms that we fought for in this country, you know, gives everyone a right to be able to have a right to life. I know that I might be attacked, but a right to life is something that we need to uphold as all citizens of the country. So that word, mob justice, we don't really use it. But thank you, PC. I'll hand over to you to respond to all the comments, questions, and observations. And I think some of them we can put them on a process that we need to do follow-ups on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. Let me say, Honorable Chairperson, your comments is well noted. I don't have to repeat all of them. But I can cite that we got it that we have to improve on the cybercrime. We, of course, Brigadier Bender, we have to, on our presentation, the next presentation, look on the schools and the health facilities. in terms of the crime which is perpetrated within those institutions. We also note the issue of the firearms. I'm sorry. Taking into consideration that if we have to embark on the voluntarily surrender of the firearms, it has to go through the process through the minister. The minister is the one who have to ultimately issue that directive, of which across the country there has to be a surrender. Kidnappings, I said while I was reflecting on my remarks that it is a worrying factor. The chairperson have also highlighted that. We, of course, making an inroad though is not enough, the way I've indicated, because with this kidnapping, with the collaborations we're having with the security industries, the South African Police Service Head Office, National Anti-Kidnapping Team, which is also counterintelligence, we are making quite a serious inroads because we are in a position to can follow systematical, more especially those people who are kidnapped, more so when there is some sort of usage of their bank accounts. We can make those typical type of follow-up. I will not reveal too much because it's something which we had a breakthrough where I find people out of this province in terms of that process. But I must indicate that within the province we have also picked it up that we're having this kidnapping which ranges from 1,000, 3,000. I have directed this week that we have to have those dockets so that we can deal with them precisely. We got people, those who are involved. It's just a matter of time that we have to pick them, because in some other instances, the public is using the mode of transport like Ubers, like the taxis. You'll find that when they are in, they become victims of those kidnappings. So we have really get deeper into that, and we will be in a position to can resolve that. But I'm not saying we'll resolve the entire kidnappings, but the kidnappings which involve huge amount, because some of the kidnappings for the business people will find that it's millions and millions of rand. But we are making inroads in ensuring that the communities are and they feel safe. The Waterkloof matter, the chairperson have sent me a WhatsApp general. I should think it's a matter of concern, though we're dealing with it with the organizational development. You'll have to link up with Brigadier Bender. You give a special attention. You get that docket. You go to Waterkloof in terms of that docket, so that by next week we can get a precise a response. The Honorable Chairperson have sent me a message, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, relating to that. So we have to make sure that we give quite a report which will be reflecting to show progress and giving attention to that case. The cleanliness of the police station, we have taken note. The district commissioners, they are here. When we meet with the station commanders, because you're having your meetings on Tuesdays, please, we have to do our part. I know Cleveland is relatively a new renovated police station. So there are some of these police stations which find that the cleanness is not on par. So we have just to make sure that, please, we deal with this because we are being helped to reflect, to say a police station is a place for the community. So we have to deal with that. Then, honorable events, there's a minor of a 13-year-old child, the docket get missing. General, I should think we must also have that interaction so that we can get more information from the honorable member and we can really assist. We can't have a situation where the docket for the victims of crime get missing. It's really totally unacceptable. The issue of illegal possession of firearms, this firearms goes back to the community. If we do have an information, we can deal with that, honorable member. These questions you're putting, they are helping us to improve service to the community. There's a crime intelligence brigadier, and then brigadier, you'll have to, you must nother the honorable member, ne? You must nadercom, so that we can assist each other. The issues of anti-gang related, the chairperson, I think you have exclusively indicated on this one that there is a concern in Western Cape, because Western Cape, though I'm not supposed to speak about other provinces, I have to speak about Gauteng in terms of the gang related. And Gauteng is also mentioned to say there is a process flow which we have to follow in terms of the process of including the parliament, but also ourselves in terms of the issues related to the anti-gang. I'll just indicate as I'm going forward in terms of how do we deal with that, the issues of anti-gang. Yeah, how can we stop the anti-gang? I think the solution, though, is not a total solution, is that dealing with crime. I think it's honorable member there, he indicated that we have to ensure that we work together with these cooperation agreements. We are seeing that we are moving forward. It will be important that we work closely together with the community. The issue of the whole government approach, though I'm frequently indicating it to say the whole government approach is approved by Cabinet in 2022. We know for the fact that there has to be a community involvement. There has to be the issue of early childhood development, which is key. The parents, the law enforcement agency has to take part because those are the future leaders of tomorrow. But in order to deal with these crimes precisely, we have to partner with the community. Those crimes, they are indeed committed within the community. Though in some other instances, you'll find that the communities, they are afraid to indicate who are those people because they'll end up being victims of the crime. But it is really important to take note that we have really to work closely and collaborate. The issue of giving the numbers in terms of, or to reflect on the convictions. During my notes or during my highlights, we do have the conviction, though it might not be necessarily covering maybe what you are looking for. I have reflected the family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses, because we know that we are confronted with this problem within the country. I have reflected that we had 1,112 sexual offenders, those who were arrested, with 1,356 cases in court, secure conviction, 102 offenders, resulting in 128 life terms, an additional of 900 years imprisonment. That is just a reflection, but if there is a specific or we have to be guided, we will by all means, honorable members, abide with that. Honorable Member Son, we really appreciate the words which have been said. I think we're getting some sort of encouragement, but though we know that we are appearing before the portfolio committee, we have to account, we have to give answers, we have to make a reflection and give the answers which give a confidence to our communities. You cited rape, car hijacking, residential robberies, that the numbers that are too high. We are, of course, conceding to that more has to be done, though the figures reflect some reduction. I must just indicate that with the collaborations of the law enforcement agencies within the province, we have identified the areas which is a hotspots where we, on a daily basis, we are putting the statics vehicle in terms of the byways, highways. The other issue which we are currently doing is the establishment of a specific team to deal with the car hijacking, truck hijackings, as it is reflected that these numbers are quite high. And we are also, with the help of the technology, in terms of the vehicles which are fitted with this technology, which can pick up those cars which are hijacked. We do have it with the Gauteng Traffic Police. We do have it with the South African Police Service security industry as well, so that we can try and deal with those issues. It is not enough, but one has to say that with this effort of the collaborative effort of which we're having, we are in a position to make that the communities out there, they can see and that they can have that sense of a visibility which creates, to a certain extent, confidence. And these collaborative effort, like I said yesterday, were with the Premier. It is something which is working. There are other provinces. They are also looking on us as Gauteng, but we are not saying we are specialists. We are saying we are leading in terms of these collaborative agreements. And we hope and looking forward that will going forward, we will be in a position to can maintain this. The grabber, the issue of the grabber, one, because I was just trying to consult the crime intelligence, one will say as and when we need the grabber, we do get it within the province, but the grabber is a process flow which is dealt with the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, and it is something which is controlled, because if it's not controlled, we can end up having a lot of us here being followed for no apparent reasons, which will create some problems. So, having said that, I should think I'll leave it there in terms of the numbers. It's something which, if a request is placed to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, he can reflect as to say what are the numbers in terms of the grabbers. Illegal firearms, we must do more. We have taken note of that, though we got over 1,035 firearms, of which we managed to get within this period under review. This issue, which was prominently so in the media space, I got this issue of the police in Westbury pelted with stones. The first person who have sent me this message is the Honorable Chairperson. I received it, Honorable Chair, and I responded, and thank you very much. Hey, you're keeping me seriously awake, and make sure that I must do extra in terms of the work where it's supposed to be, because we had a lot of communication, me and the Honorable Chairperson, in terms of the work we are doing. I was summoned yesterday relating to this. In the afternoon, I was in Tembisa with the Premier. I had to request from the Premier that the Minister have arranged a meeting with the National Commissioner. I had to explain this incident as well. What actually transpired there, based on, as the Honorable Chair of Chairs indicating that we must take both sides. What transpired there with the position which we have as the South African Police Service is that those members were working, and maybe let me touch the issue of the anti-gang. We indeed have the anti-gang in the province. It is in twofold, honorable members. The one fold is a visible policing, of which we're making this deployment, I will say 24/7, 7 days a week. We're having members, those who are deployed, because the issues of anti-gang, you don't know what time is it going to happen. But it's a complementary workforce from your Metro Police, more so Johannesburg Metro Police. We're having that complementary workforce. We're also having the public order policing, which we deploy. But when this incident happened, public order policing were not there, because I hear the other question is to say, why were they not having the pump guns? Why were they not having something which they could have prevented running away? The other wing is the Crime Investigation Services, which is led by Brigadier Khopane. As and when we're having this incident happens, the detectives must wake up together with the visible policing. They must go there to the crime scene because you should do the basic work of crime investigation in terms of crime investigation. We're also having the crime intelligence, which are deployed in that respect. So what happened on that incident is that the commotion happened as the members, they were doing the stop and search, and ultimately they find somebody who was in possession of drugs. And ultimately this resistance came, and ultimately our members made that the suspect must not be taken. They retreated, of which some of the people have seen it as if it's a coward, because if they should have shot, it should have been a disaster. We should have had 3 community members or 4 community members, those who have been shot and killed. We should have had another situation. So the situational appropriateness in terms of withdrawing, but they had the suspected person who was detained, and we're having the particulars of that suspect who was detained for possession of the drugs. I must just indicate that the Honorable Chair of Chair knows that we have been entrenched in that space in terms of the community engagement, and I hear the Honorable Chair of Chair is saying we still have to do more, of which I agree. We have been in that space in terms of the community engagement. The minister has been there. I've been there personally, myself with the former MEC for community safety. We were in a position to interact, and take the insults. We normally take the insults when we are in that platform. But we have been in that space, and we still have to do more, Chair of Chair. And that is our community, irrespective of whatever race or color. As the law enforcement agency, we have to do the policing for our community. Illegal mining operation, specifically citing the slide number 13. That slide number 13, it is the teams which we have established. That team is still standing. The team was working with the members of the South African National Defence Force. We should know that the sanctioning of the members of the South African National Defence Force is done by the head of the state. There is a process which is undertaken in Parliament, so there was a period, and that period has ended. But we're still having that team which focus mainly on Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, West Rand. To a certain extent, we're having what we call the processing center, or not necessarily the mines itself. We're having the surface mining to some of the districts, of which you'll find that people are mining. As they are mining, maybe they're taking this material to Sidibeng. So we also go there, but we focus on the main on those 3 districts. So all what you see there is through the work of the illegal mining teams, of which is led by Brigadier Joseph. I see the anti-gang. I see the anti-gang brigadier is also here, Brigadier Mapot, the way we take in the issues of anti-gang. So Brigadier Joseph, he meets with Department of Minerals, petroleum resources. Yeah, I happened to learn that the department has changed. I was with them in Rodiport on Operation Shanyela on Thursday last week. So they say, General, you must take note, the naming of the department have changed. It's a Department of Mineral Petroleum Resources. So we put that operational metrics week in, week out. We having the operational activities. And that's why you're having those quite high quantities of pendukas, the firearms, and so on and so forth. With the DPCI, we can look on the pages which comes in there because they are doing level 3, 4, 5. And then level 1, 2 is this disruptive operations we're doing. There one will realize that in terms of that, the project coded greedy, they managed to have 3.7 million, General, né? Which was put in terms of the collaborations for the state for feature. Further than that, the honorable member have indicated that 90 kg of palladium stone, which worth 50 million. That's the work of the DPCI or the Hawks, because they're operating on the high level, which is regional, national, transnational. Honorable Bosch, the gender-based violence, I think I tried to touch the issues of the convictions. We're taking note as well that you're indicating that it looks like we have excluded Lenasia, but El Rado Park, it is part of that. And what? Enadale and Lenasia. Because it is determined in terms of the cases we get in there as they get registered. But we're taking note of what you have posed, and we will make sure that we deal with it as such, because that is the concern. Your concern is the concern from the community. There is the serious concern of these people who are putting on the social media reflecting to say there is specific maybe anti-gang. We have to deal with it. In Sofa Town, policing present, we had it. There was some discussions, information which we got. We employed the cybercrime so that we can really find the originality of this posting. And it was dealt with, but if it's still a problem, we can look as to say, how do we deal with it? But the serious concern is that people that are having a group which they create linked to the WhatsApp, is a WhatsApp group, né? Yeah, which it is a problem because the creation of a WhatsApp group is something which is managed by, there are custodians of, you know, the WhatsApp, the Facebook, and so on and so forth. But where clearly is reflecting that people are intimidated or they're posting the guns, we are in a position to can go deeper in terms of the cybercrime and find exactly who is that one, and we deal with that issue precisely. The cross-provincial gangs, we are indeed collaborating with the other provinces. I can indicate that the Western Cape, during the course of last year, we had an interaction with one of the gang members from Cape Town. That incident happened in Florida. It was an unfortunate incident because there was a crossfire and we ended up having one of the gang member was fatally wounded. So we do that. Maybe we need to reinforce it and do more as and when we collaborate with our community. The issue of updating in terms of the suspension of the members on bail, I should think we can make arrangements and provide that list, Honorable Member. The scrap metals, what I can say with the scrap metals, we also having a very good collaboration in terms of dealing with that. With the law enforcement agency, with the ISCOM, with the city power, there is a forum. That forum is chaired from a visible policing by Brigadier Joseph, where there is some typical type of deliberations and also plan as to say there has to be an operation. And these operations, they are executed with the ISCOM, with the PRASA, so that we can, when we go to the scrapyard, we can, when we identify some of those scrap metals within the scrapyard, we can be successful in terms of that. CPF allocated vehicles, we do have the vehicles allocated to the CPF. We can provide the list. The chairperson is here. He can attest to that. But the other thing is that Department of Community Safety have added some of the vehicles which is assisting the Community Policing Forum. But that list we can provide that. Chair of chairs, I think I've dealt with the WhatsApp group posting, kidnapping, okay, this issue of the kidnapping for 6 months will generally you must interact with the Honorable Chair of Chair so that we can get this in detail. 6 months, we haven't gone and take the statement. It is a problem. So if we can just try and make that effort, please. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for also echoing some kind words. We really appreciate that. It makes us to look forward, but as I've said, we still have to account appearing before this committee. We really appreciate for those words. The South Africans, those 23 South Africans, as and when I'm done, General Kadwa will take it. But what I can say is that when people are extradited or they are sent to their country of origin, Department of International Relations and Cooperation, and of course, social development. But General Kadwa will be in a position to can share light in terms of that. We have taken note of Honorable Kunene, if I'm not there. I have flagged the issues of gender-based violence on my address. Also, something which is a concern, but week in, week out, we focus also mainly on the liquor outlets. One will realize that when I was doing my speaking notes, there's a high number of liquor outlets which I have reflected, which we have since closed. I think it's over 6,000, if I'm not mistaken, or that's driving under the influence of liquor. But the numbers is quite high in terms of that, because that is the generators of the crimes. The firearms as well, we have made a reflection. Also, the brigadier presented it in terms of the recoveries of firearm. Or the liquor outlets, it's over 1,047, which we have closed under the period under review, with over 90 million liters of liquor. Car hijackings, I have made a reflection on this one, Chairperson. Maybe in addition is that in terms of car hijackings, truck hijackings, cash in transit heist, the Premier have called me, then I called my deputies, I called the provincial head in terms of the most wanted persons in the province, or the most wanted people who are committing the crime. We held that meeting with the Premier, with the Deputy Minister Matale, with the HOD. The HOD, she was also there, and with the other partners, the security company, as well as a Business Against Crime South Africa. We have put this list of the most wanted based on the database of which we're having, and also information provided by some of, I would say, the Business Against Crime, as they have the technology, where in some other places you'll find that this particular car is hitting a certain gain entrance, and is reflected to be saying this car is highly probably wanted. We compiled that list. We came up with over 400. The Premier always speaks about it. I'm chairing that meeting every Friday. But now, as we got the momentum, we'll scale the meetings at least to be twice a month, fortnight. The entire role players, including the DPCI, the Hawks, the crime intelligence, security industry, they are sitting in there. We don't project the list of the wanted. We speak in terms of that presentation which is presented by the crime intelligence. We have since, out of that list now, we have arrested not less than 140 of those. Example, I'll give the example, the Lodium incident, cash in transit heist with 6 fatalities. And the other thing, we are also collaborating with other provinces. 2 weeks back, I was in Salfin, in Don Park, where we had people who have committed so many crimes in KwaZulu-Natal in terms of cash in transit heist, including here in Gauteng. I think I was on the media speaking on that crime scene during the night. So those are some of the collaborations in terms of dealing with these cash in transit heist within the province. Even yesterday, we had one incident in Bronkhorstspruit. Through this collaboration of our stakeholders, including the security industry. We managed at the end of the day to arrest 5 of the suspects. When we pull the profile, we have realized that some of those people, they are having quite a number of cases which is still going for court. So I'm just reflecting to show that this collaboration as well, it is working, because it was one of the issues which was asked relating to that. So it is important, this whole government approach, and taking cognizance of policing through environmental design. The chairperson have touched that. I can say in conclusion, the reduction of crime which we see, and we agree that we must still do more. People are affected as they are counted as numbers of victims. It is important that we have to ensure that we have this collaborative effort with our stakeholders. And I will say these collaborations or the cooperative agreement, it is something which is a big plus for us. Because within this province, I think it's one province, though the province is having more population than any other province in the country. Because currently I think we are 16.9 in terms of our presentation, 16.9 million. So you check on the other provinces, you'll find that maybe there's one province which is over 10 million, the others is not. With the deployment of the Metro Police, we are keen that we are making an inroad. Our Metro Police, we're having over 10,000 of the workforce. Gauteng Traffic Police, we're having over 4,000. Security industry, we're having over 217,000. The traffic wardens, over 8,000. I'm just trying to re-emphasize that this cooperation, it is indeed working. The issue of the informers, the of information, we can be in a position to make a submission. We are more for top management, because we're having a top management every week to ensure that way in terms of the informers. With that, Honorable Chair, I tried my level best, though it took very long. Honorable members, I will request through the Honorable Chairperson if we can allow General Kadwa so that he can reflect on the question put by provincial legislature.
And honorable members, esteemed officials, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to respond on human trafficking, at which the Hawks is at the forefront. In respect of responding to the phenomenon of human trafficking, government has adopted a multidisciplinary approach and an integrated methodology using universal best practice of whole of government, and especially the non-governmental organizations that are specializing in issues relating to migration. So in respect to the Deputy Speaker's questions, which I'm confined to, the Sandringham incident, it involved Ethiopian nationals. And in responding to that situation, we would follow the protocols that are brought by both our legislative practices as well as international good practices, where you have to adopt a human-centric approach. So as part of the prescribed protocol, whenever we're responding to trafficking in persons or suspected trafficking in persons, it is vital that we involve key departments. Firstly, Department of Social Development, and they have to screen through an interview process and provide an assessment report to be able to determine if somebody is a victim of trafficking. Should they not be victims of trafficking, then it will depend on the merits of each case on how we will deal with it. And what we are finding specifically with the wave of Ethiopian nationals that we have been dealing with since 2021 at various safe houses across Greater Johannesburg is many of them are actually smuggled into the country. So they have actually procured the services of human smugglers. And when they arrive in the country, there is a certain element of kidnapping and exploitation, where the syndicates are basically on a double-edged sword trying to make additional money. And they will then be wanting, firstly, the outstanding monies, because you have solicited their services and they had to bring you through an extensive route into the country. So in certain instances, as I said, we'll interview and we'll think, okay, there are kidnapping cases, then we will, and if it's not human trafficking, we'll deal with it as kidnapping. If they are not either of the two, then we would involve then the Department of Home Affairs, and then they will be dealt with in terms of the Immigration Act, and then the Department of Home Affairs will decide whether they must be deported back to their countries. So a very elaborate process is being followed to ensure that we do respect the rights, especially the human rights of these people. In terms of Myanmar, Myanmar has now featured as a major scam city globally. So not only South African nationals have been lured into Myanmar, but there are nationals from around the world, especially from developing countries, are lured in there to work in these cyber fraud scam centers, and where they are required to work for lengthy hours, basically very vulnerable, and if they don't make certain targets in pig butchering people, then yeah, it becomes very difficult for them. But there was a very systematic process followed. Okay, in the case of the South Africans, many of them, again, social media would have been used, especially Facebook, where people would respond to adverts for employment. And the employment, they will lure you into Thailand, not Myanmar. And as you know, once they arrive in Thailand, then they basically will be taken through some difficult ways into Myanmar. But there was a massive operation undertaken by the Thai government where these people were brought into Thailand, and the Department of International Relations and Cooperation was engaged by the Thai authorities on those they believe were from South Africa. And then the initial batch was 23 South Africans from various provinces around South Africa who responded into the circumstances I already outlined. And on their arrival, they spent some time in Thailand, so our Department of International Relations, together with International Organization of Migration and the Thai government, would have initially done all the screening, spending a lot of time to support these victims. And when they arrived in South Africa, representatives of the National Integrated Committee on Trafficking in Persons, or NICTIP, as they are known, which is led by the Department of Justice, were at OR Tambo International Airport to ensure that we were on the ground as various Department of Home Affairs, Department of Social Development. And on the day of their arrival, extensive processes were undertaken to ensure we firstly understand where these victims had to go. And between the departments, arrangements were made to firstly assist them with transport. Victims were also subjected again to interviewing. and screening so we could understand what were the circumstances under which they were basically recruited and exploited. And then eventually, certain of the victims were reluctant to cooperate with the authorities. You know, they just decided they just want to get back to the families and do not want to be subjected to anything else. And then the others that we were able to interview, the Hawks would have been alongside. And we are looking at an inquiry to see if there is opportunities to progress this. And we have, there were quite extensive media statements, because I think the most important is to prevent further South African nationals. And I think with the issues relating to the three universal challenges of unemployment and the poverty, it's easy to fall into that kind of trap. So I think as a government, we have really done a good job in dealing with it. We had another batch. We also did exactly the same, and we are keeping in touch with these things, especially through the Department of Social Development. So I hope.
Well, thank you for the responses, quite extensive. Some of them will make follow-ups in the upcoming meetings of the committee and some of our activities that we engage in. I think we owe a visit to OR Tambo as a point of entry, just to observe and do an oversight as a committee to look at these situations, particularly the trafficking and the issue of migration and so on. I think it's one of the things that we'll do as a committee going forward. There are issues relating to liquor outlets. It's a matter that we continue engage. We want to engage with the liquor board because when we're in Sebokeng alone, there were more than 300 and something taverns, in Sebokeng alone. So it is of great concern. Alcohol in its problems and in its nature. But thank you so much for the responses. Some of them will follow up. And thanks for making yourself available all the time to be accountable to the citizens. Where we are excelling, as we have always been saying, we need to, when we're doing well, we must excel. Try to improve. And thank you, PC. We are going to proceed with our meeting. Our next 3 items, we are going to take them together, but I'm going to allow colleagues and members to a body stretch of just to stretch. I'm certain you are well aware of the stretches. If you want me to demonstrate, I can, of how you keep awake and stretch during meetings and improve your blood circulation. So at 10 past 1, Eguleni, or we'll start with Tshwane, because they are from the furthest, see them. And then Sira, if there's anything important they want to report or talk on discussions, if there's anything that, so we need to keep you as a regulatory body to be in the work that has been done. Some of the decline in the statistics that we are seeing, the good statistics that we are seeing, it's also because of the work that is done by private security. So for any other thing, but it's just to make sure that we work together. So 10 past 1, to proceed with the meeting. Our aim is to finish at least by 13:40, and enjoy the 10 minutes of the PC's birthday as a committee. one cupcake with one candle. Thank you. So we will come,
We'll come back at what time? At 10 past?
yeah.
What's
Yeah, it's one. It's the right one. Yeah, it's one. Yeah. So only these two. Only these two.
Angimthembi nini. Angimthembi.
It's just manje abakayifaki laphana so angeke siyibone.
Yeah,
but ngathi angayifaka. Yeah, but yeah. Forward, back.
Okay. But to some alone, yeah.
I will have to stand with you here, but then,
No, ngokufakela yona la. Yeah.
When I was in the laptop, when I come from your head.
From my head, I can do that. Sir.
Bayeke basuluku bajika basama so wena phile.
Sanibona.
Yebo.
Uba no presenter. Oh, okay. So bengizisisa tudinga aba control.
Oh yeah.
Or will you do it yourself?
Yeah, but lana.
Yes, sisele.
Yeah. So but then
Sizofaka.
Oh, sizofaka.
Once you order.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Wena nje khuleka
Okay.
So kumele ba-upload masipala basajikajika babona yeah masota this is a joint it's fine that's the this is a joint it's fine so it'll be good. Sometimes I follow your presentations. Choose the IGR. It's that one. I know with you guys have challenges, but sometimes it is very important to go through challenges. There's not just some challenges, very serious challenges. People step each other. And you ask yourself, but really, why is it necessary? Yeah, I do understand. No speech where I feel like it. Yeah, cause with a sit it's not now figure corner. Kufana na no mohamba on a tar road. Mabeka phambili ubona ngathi kunamanzi. Uzogijima mawufika la uthi kuyafana nje. So it's one of those things. So ningalingi nje nimkhalela uthi specifically there's big challenges. Because mafika le athi what? And manje angeke ajika. So sometimes ngiyokungitareha ngithi ndoda mina I thought una 52 una 60.
Two.
Okay.
There's something happening. Can we start?
1, 2, 2,
Can
2.
Can those who are in the room settle down? Settle down so that we start.
Yeah, virtual, no, virtual.
We are going to get a report from the capital city of our republic. We are starting, sorry, can we get a bit of order? HOD, Provincial Public Secretary. We are starting. I'll rely on your authority as we're speaking. You know, maybe I am not a general yet. Yes. I'm doing an internship here, so this learnership must ultimately bring some product. I can't just do a learnership for 5 years and I don't earn a rank. But over to you. We'll start with Tswane as we have indicated.
That's fine. Now, thank you so much. Ngikale futhi ngibingelele abaphethe indlu yonke ngokulingana kwayo. Ngikale ngo-Chairperson, Honorable Masuku uDokotela. Ngiphinde futhi ngithi thank you so much to all the honorable members who made it possible that they honor this event and this opportunity, and also equally so thanks to all the inputs. We get comfort from all your inputs, shows that you have interest, much interest in the community that you serve, and to engage with you also to get the marching orders from you means a lot, and we take cognizance of each and every point that you raised. The HOD, welcome also, and then we are also honored to have you, Umam Sisulu. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being part and parcel of us as well. It means a lot. Seniors, this morning as I was taking my coffee, you would have realized that there's sachets of sugars. And behind the sachets of sugars, some of them have messages. And the one that I had read as follows. It said, none of us alone will achieve successes if you are going to continue working alone. So it says, none of us will achieve successes if you are going to work alone. So I could only relate that to what you said, Chairperson, this morning, to say our presence here must also be translated in practical collaborations and the work outside there. But equally so, PC indicated that it is very important to work hand in glove together so that we are able to have successes, and the stats will also be able to be recorded as we have seen. But equally so, we also need the involvement of the business people, the community, and the partners like ASIRA to assist us in all the fighting of the scourge of crime in Gauteng. One of the most important things that one needs to remember is that when you run a business or an organization, there's only 4 types of resources that you need. And there isn't any other except the 4 that I'm going to mention. The first one is your financial resource. your material resource, the offices, the cars that we use, and the information resource, and the human resource as well, meaning the workforces. Now, those are the 4 resources that you need. Now, how serious are we in the capital city in terms of our contributing those resources? We were expected to give the annual budget allocation, quarterly expenditure, staff complement, the vehicle allocation, number of triple mandate operations that we have, total successes per mandate, the number of joint operations with other stakeholders, integrity management, and the challenges that are perhaps inhibiting factors or external variable factors that affects our operations. Now, those are the resources that I referred to, amongst others, to say those are the resources the committee requested us to come and present. Now, like I asked the question to say, how serious is the capital city in terms of fighting the scourge of crime? Seniors and members and honorable members, the city allocated $1,100,541,794 to the city's forces, the TMPD, the capital city's force. Now, TMPD was allocated with these funds and the budget to ensure that they contribute in fighting the scourge of crime in Gauteng. Now, on that amount, the operational budget is still above R1 billion, 97,541,794. And then the capex was 3 million rands. Now, how did we deal with that or perhaps distribute that amount quarterly? Total expenditure became 704,580,611.71. Support services was allocated 102 million, and the crime prevention, very important, was allocated 352,848,000. Now, the traffic law and the bylaw, you will realize that we did not invest much on them because of importance was to fight crime in Gauteng, to ensure that we contribute immensely in fighting the scourge of crime. The staff complement, how many staff do we have? Staff complement, as we are requested to come and account to indicate how many are we. The total manpower that we have is 5,408, as the PCS indicated that jointly all the metros, we have a workforce totaling to almost 10,000, all of us. Now, TMPD only has a total manpower of 5,408, and then we also have security officers. Remember, the city has a contractual obligation between the city and service providers in terms of security to guard our assets. Now, the total number of the manpower there is 1,313 to complement the 5,408. The support services, it's 205 members who are working in the offices to ensure that the whole total number of 3,890 dedicated to crime prevention, bylaws, and traffic law are supported. Now you'll realize that still on the resources that we have, we ensure that we contribute immensely the numbers of the human resources that we have. We ensure that the numbers go to fighting the scourge of crime. The vehicle allocation, we have 721 vehicles, Chairperson, and then I'm very much happy to say we ran away from the tender dealing with vehicles. We now own our own vehicles. We have our own vehicles. So we do not rely completely on the external people to supply us. We buy our own fleet. Now, the total number of vehicles that we have operational is 454. The 267 are in and out, obviously, wear and tear. Sometimes they are in for tires, tire repair, accidents as well, and they will ultimately come back to join the operations. Vehicle allocations, on the 721, of importance again, 130, with bylaws only receiving 15. Now, all in all, we have a 463, ensuring that we contribute them to crime prevention. Non-functional vehicles, like I said, it's only 267. They go in and out, and we do not have, or perhaps have influence with the service providers in terms of when they will come back. The bylaw enforcement operations, Chairperson, we've got the specialized bylaw operations. We gave ourselves a target of 52. We managed to achieve that number. And then on the regional bylaws, we have 77. What is the difference? A specialized bylaw, it's a unit that deals solely, strictly with bylaws, whereas the regional bylaws deal with other complaints as well. Now, the specialized is the catalyst that will go to the region to deal with a challenge effectively, and they will leave it to the regional bylaw to continuously sustain that. We also had a number of illegal dumpings. We realized that as a capital city, we can't afford to look like, I would not want to mention a foreign country somewhere, but then we are dealing with illegal dumping effectively. So we sometimes identify 46 hotspots as a target, and then on top of the 46 target that we had number of operations that we conducted, which are 61, solely dealing with illegal dumping. Traffic law enforcement operations, those are our target. Specialized road policing, 111. Chairperson, you will realize that we surpassed the number. We had 117 on the road. Policing in the regions, we had a target of 98. We ensured that we passed that target with 118 operations. Now, those are the operations that we jointly have together within the TMPD with the regions and specialized policings as well. Crime prevention operations that we had, 223 was our target, and all in all, we conducted 228. The regional crime prevention, 185 was our target, and we had 201. So we do not stop whenever we reach the target, we continue, Chairperson. Integrated policing, as you have indicated in your opening remarks to say, it is very important for us to have a collaborative effort and operations and jointly with other stakeholders and partners. As we've indicated, that the PC also spoke a mouthful about the collaborative agreement that we have. Like yesterday, I can give you an example. We committed a number of vehicles and human resources. We had almost above 90 members from TMPD at Ekurhuleni, and then we ensured that we've got 56. We had 56 vehicles that drove out of the city of Tshwane to come and assist in Ekurhuleni. So we do have those efforts, and we are committed in those efforts in ensuring that we have integrated policing with other stakeholders as well. Now, not only that, also let me emphasize that we participate in the Shanyela operations week in, week out, as the PC has indicated. Now, all those integrated policing operations, we had 64, and all of them we achieved and participated in them. We do not have an appetite to stop anytime soon, so we are continuing, Chairperson, with those operations. As soon when we are required to report, we are going to give you a good feedback on those ones. Integrated policing continues. Station crime combating forums meetings that we had, 302, and the CPF meetings that we also conducted were 17, and ensure that they take place. As indicated by the South African Police Services, we also have challenges with members who come and do as they wish. And that gives us a nightmare, Chairperson, but then we do not stop as we encounter those incidences. We deal with that swiftly. We've got members who will come with unprofessional behavior, and then some of them will do what we call derelict of our official duties, and some of them get involved in dishonest acts, harassment of the community, threatening the community, assaulting the community, and discharge of firearms unnecessary as well. Now, the cases that we had, as I've indicated in that slide, were 53. Now, this is explicit information on how or what happened to those cases. The number of complaints that we received was 53, and then the number of complaints closed due to lack of evidence, 31. Number of disciplinary cases finalized were 55, and then the disciplinary cases pending, 163. The number of cases investigated and referred to disciplinary hearings were 24, and then civil claims that we had to process, 9 of them, and then with one civil claim, I think it amounted to 50 million rands, where a person was harassed and then beaten and assaulted. Members on suspension, currently we have 1, and members dismissed, currently we have none. Members resigned pending disciplinary proceedings who saw that they were not going to be able to face the disciplinary hearing. They ran away, it was 2. Challenges that we have inhibiting factors, perhaps external inhibiting factors, resources, but then we comfort ourselves to say there will always be challenges in terms of resources. We will never have a day where we are going to have enough resources, perhaps vehicles or funds, but then with the little that we have, we try to magnify them and then to ensure that we cover the whole 8 cardinal points, not only of the city, but then of Gauteng, as well as we've indicated that through the collaborative agreement, we are able to ensure that our resources are reached as far as Soweto, and then as far as Ekurhuleni as well. We are also looking forward to host them to come and assist us in fighting the scourge of crime. Technology is one of the challenges that we have, Chairperson, and then also some of the powers. I've heard the honorable members indicating that we still have challenges in fighting crime, like cable theft, and then so we also looking forward to have the powers to be able to investigate the Secondary Goods Act as the SAPS does, Chairperson. And then we also have operational members that are 4,000 plus, and then the fleet as well doesn't tally to the number of members that we have. And the downtime rotation of repairs of the vehicles becomes a challenge as well. And the disciplinary hearings, as I've indicated, sometimes we also have challenges with the radios not working properly. But then we comfort ourselves with the capable team of South African Police Services that gives us cooperation daily and weekly, but equally so jointly in the operations as well. And all of us together with the members of that have joined us here, ours is just to go to Cape Town, Table Mountain, and study the persistence and the resilience of the national flower. So we'll always have challenges. The national flower comes across the fire, the storm, the rain, but continuously in the morning, and after some time you'll see it blossoming and becoming one of the most beautiful claimed flowers. So ours is just to adopt those characteristics amidst all the challenges that we have. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. That is Tshwane. We are hoping that members are noting their comments and questions. Let's get over to Ekurhuleni. We are going to remind yourselves and maybe also the department no, you can proceed there. Like, it's just a general comment that appearing before the committee is not really an option, you know, and we do have some powers to someone. Some of the people that feel that maybe they are not necessarily required to be here, that we are adding on their work unnecessarily. But I think it's just going to be from the administration of the committee that we remind everybody who we invite to appear before the committee, that they don't really have an option to say no. And maybe we just have to look at what are the options we have when they don't. You know, maybe in terms of imprisonment or something, or detention, or a fine. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Dr. Masuku, Honorable Members of the Portfolio Committee, MMCs present, Provincial Commissioner, SAPS Management, Management from the Metros, HOD Community Safety, all protocol observed. Okay, let me try to adjust here. Humble apologies, Chairperson, let me try to. Humble apologies, Chair. This is just the content of the report that we are presenting, which is quarter 3 of 2024-2025. This is the budget that was allocated to the department for the past quarter. And our budget, Chair, is not actually divided into the core functions that we have as the EMPD. It's one amount that is utilized in terms of traffic law enforcement by law and crime prevention. The staff complement, we have 3,094 members, of which 358 are support services and 2,736 are officers that are doing traffic law enforcement by law and crime prevention. Vehicle allocation, we have a total of 1,276, which also includes our special vehicles, armored vehicles, water cannon. We have 320 for support services and 956 for the 3 core functions. The total of vehicles that are at workshops were 443, and then the number of vehicles, internal workshops, 382, and 61 with the service providers. The drunken driving operations, they do not look good, Chairperson, with, of course, the challenges that we have with regards to the breathalyzers not being calibrated, as well as the blood boxes. In most of our operations, we rely on our colleagues from GTP and SAPS, whereby we join them during those operations. The number of bylaws operations, which includes illegal dumping, removal of illegal black cartons on our streets, trading permits, verification, obviously with our sister departments, illegal hawkers trading outside of our shopping centers, and hawkers trading on our sidewalks, and by law awareness campaigns by our social crime prevention. We had a total of 81 operations. And the crime prevention operations, we had actually a total of 184 for the previous quarter, which actually was the selling of fraudulent certificate. Like for instance, in Tsakane, we apprehended a syndicate who was issuing out the certificates of our COAs, and of which the computer, the system that they were utilizing, it was confiscated and booked in SAPS. So that was just one of the challenges. Like as we're doing the inspections in these tech shops, we will find everyone having this certificate. But when we check with our sister departments, they are non-existent. So that's how we discovered, through information obviously of the communities, we managed to apprehend them. and the arrest, of course, of drugs and the recoveries of hijacked vehicles, as well as illegal immigrants. Those were the total of the arrests that were made with regards to drug-related, 194 for the past quarter. The recoveries were 148. With regards to the land invasion, we had actually a total of 206 of non-violent. What do we mean, Chair, when we're saying it's non-violent? We'll find that there is a group of community members. They are not violent. They are cooperating. When you tell them to move, they move. And the violent one, it's whereby we will even request assistance from our South African Police Service, the POP to be specific, because you will find that the whole community is there with the young ones. So in most cases, we require those who are trained in terms of crowd management so that we don't expose the city into unnecessary litigations, and we manage them with no fatalities, if I can mention a chairperson on that one. The integrated policing, we continue to have our meetings with the South African Police Service, the DCCF, and General Stole, then the PCCF of the Provincial Commissioner, and the station whereby our precinct commanders, they attend to these meetings. I must mention, Chair, Tombo is keeping us on our feet in the city of Eguruleni. She doesn't take no for an answer. So in terms of the integrity in the department, the number of complaints that were received in that quarter, there were 34. The number of complaints closed due to lack of evidence, there were 2. And the number of investigated and referred to disciplinary, we had nothing. Members on suspension, we had 5, and claims, civil claims processed, 13. This is just the breakdown of the summary of the complaints that were received. In terms of accident damage, we had 1, civil litigation, 13, conduct unbecoming, 6, corruption, it's 3, IP positive and negative, it's 1. When the feedback is negative from IP, it requires the department to go further and do investigations. They recommend the department to investigate and then report back, obviously, to IP. And then the number of firearms lost, it was 1. Then firearm robbed, 1. Shooting with live ammunition, 1. Pointing of 4, sorry. And then pointing of firearm, 4. Pointing of firearm, 1. And impounded vehicles, nothing. And the domestic violence and GBV was 1. The challenges, Chairperson, the third point, insufficient fleets. We are struggling currently in the city, Chairperson. Maybe the Chairperson, if you drive around the city of Eguruleni, you will find officers driving very old vehicles. They are old as 7 years, 8 years. And yeah, it's not a good picture, and which actually hampers with our operations, our day-to-day operations. The SAPS would want so much numbers of officers with the vehicles. We find that you are unable to provide at some point. So it is still a very serious challenge currently. The turnaround time, of course, when we book in our vehicles to our mechanics or the service providers, it takes time. At times they will tell you that the service providers, they have not yet been paid, so they keep our vehicles, Chairperson. They don't release them until they are paid by the city. So the storage facilities, we don't have storages when it comes to perishable goods in the city. It is currently a challenge. The withdrawal of criminal cases by courts and then litigations against the municipality. I thank you.
Thank you. Sierra?
Thank you, Chairperson and members, and please allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been observed. With regards to the presentation for today, we've prepared our Q4 performance, but then seeing that the Chairperson is interested in the amendment firearm regulations, I'll touch base on that as well. So regarding Q4 performance, these are the inspections that we've conducted on the businesses and on the security officers and on the firearms that we have, on the companies that possess firearms, and the number of complaints with regards to the investigations, we've achieved 97%, and the prosecution of non-compliant security service providers, we have achieved 100%. I think the last time when we were here, there was an issue regarding a shooting in one of the Sensen restaurants, and the chairperson mentioned that maybe we must highlight, as in like, what is it that SIRA is doing with regards to regulating bodyguards and the issue of handling firearms in the public spaces. So, with regards to that, bodyguards, according to the Act, the Security Service regards bodyguarding as one of the security service, because these are the people that are protecting property and the persons. So, us collaborating with SAPS and other law enforcement agencies, that's how we're dealing with the bodyguards. And we now and again do joint operations, whereby we arrest those people that are not registered and we open criminal cases. And then we do inspections on companies that are supposedly doing bodyguarding, just to make sure that those people that are placed, they are properly registered and they are not your izinkabis, so to speak. And we take further steps via the improper code of conduct regulations to make sure that these people are prosecuted. And in our awareness programs where we do stakeholder engagements, that's where we stress the issue of bodyguards and in the PICFs. How are we dealing with firearms in the public spaces? I think here we are collaborating with SAPS as well as the Central Firearm Registry in terms of us conducting inspections in the security companies that possess firearms. As a SIRA, we verify compliance, and as the regulator, we have established the Firearm Enforcement Unit and the National Specialized Operation Units. These are the units that are dealing with inspections in those high-risk areas. And then regarding the proposed draft firearm regulations, maybe, Chairperson, you must accept my apology, because we do have the presentation. It's a 34 slide, which has a clause-by-clause analysis, and I don't think Chairperson would like to have that presentation now, but we are happy to come and present to the committee in the next sitting. We will be sending the presentation to your office just for you to have a look at that. And then whilst we are here on the amendment firearms, I must make mention, Chairperson, that we are in the process of consolidating all the public comments and regarding these amendments, and we prepare a response for Minister's consideration. And now, Chair, according to the crime stats that has been reported today, we have noted that there have been 697 murders, and these murders are by way of firearms, and this is statistics for only 3 months. And one wonders, what is the total figure for the whole year? We are talking about people here, Chairperson, and at times these are breadwinners. And I hear concerns around the issue of illegal possession of firearms, shooting in public spaces like the cemeteries where there are old people and young children. We are talking about serious cases here, Chairperson, of extortion, hijacking, kidnappings, and other serious related crimes like human trafficking. Security companies are not exonerated from some of these criminal acts. As a regulator, we do not see the amendment regulations as excessive, but they are necessary. These regulations aim to enhance traceability, ensure uniform standards of compliance, and address gaps that allow firearms to be diverted into criminal hands. By introducing the stricter licensing, training, and audit requirements, the regulatory framework will strengthen oversight, deter misuse, and promote the culture of lawful firearm stewardship. The amendment regulations do not seek to disarm the private security industry like what other people have been saying, because as a regulator, we do not issue licenses. So in the main, the amendment regulations seeks to regulate the issuing, possession, and use of firearms in the private security industry and ensure that private security companies operate with proportionality, professionalism, and public accountability. In terms of the acts, the issuing, possession, and the use of firearms and other weapons by security service providers lies with the regulator in terms of Regulation 35M. The evidence that informed the extent of the proposed restrictions where companies have been involved in criminal activities, just to name a few, Chairperson, there have been firearms sold and falsely reported as stolen. In Mpumalanga, one owner of a security company was arrested for allegedly selling dozens of firearms, including rifles and pistols, to another security company and then falsely reporting these firearms as stolen. This act not only violated Firearm Control Act, but also posed a significant risk to public safety by potentially placing weapons into unregulated hands. Another example will be the unauthorized possession of firearms, where in Cape Town, one security firm was found in possession of 42 firearms that were licensed to a different company based in Centurion. The discovery led to an arrest of a 57-year-old suspect and raised concerns about the practice of fronting, where companies unlawfully share or transfer firearm licenses. Another incident is between 2023 and 2024, private security companies reported a loss of 1,648 firearms. This is a high number of firearms that have been lost, and one wonders where do they lend to. And there's another high-profile case in Gqeberha where a licensed firearm dealer was arrested and charged serious offenses, including theft and unlicensed distribution of firearms, fraud, and supplying weapons to unauthorized individuals. Investigation revealed that over 400 firearms registered to the dealership were missing, with a portion of them later linked to criminal activities across multiple provinces, including Western Cape and Gauteng. Over and above this, Chairperson, CIRA has dealt with private security companies that have been involved in extortion and other serious crimes where criminal cases have been reported. These cases are still in court, and CIRA has decided to suspend registration of the security companies involved. This incident highlights systematic issues of firearm control within the private security sector, including inadequate oversight, poor record keeping, or non-compliance with existing laws. So, Chairperson, the proposed firearm amendment regulations aim to address these challenges by enhancing accountability, strengthening oversight, improving compliance, and the regulations to mitigate risks associated with firearm misuse in the private security industry and enhance overall public safety. So
I think I've spoken about the units that we have formed. They are dealing with the security companies that have been withdrawn, suspended, or liquidated. These are people that once had firearms, and these firearms are maybe sitting in their wardrobes or under their mattresses. They don't know what to do about them because they can't operate, and then they end up being in the wrong hands. So they also deal with investigation of security companies that have moved addresses, where on our system we can see that you applied and said you are in this particular address, but then when we try to locate you, we can't get hold of you. And there are businesses whose directors have been deceased, and one wonders where are the firearms. So these units that we have formed, they are chasing all those firearms. So the total number of firearms since the inception of the units in the last 2 years, they've confiscated 2,273 firearms throughout the country, and they've opened 91 criminal cases. These are some of the highlights of the firearms that have been recovered, and they've been sent to the SAP 13, and some of them they've sent to the dealerships. So I think that will be the end of my presentation, Chairperson, but I will send the clause-by-clause analysis on the amendment firearm regulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and much appreciated. I'll open up for members to make comments and questions. Members? Okay. I started on the left, so I'll start on the right.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. May I first inquire as to why Johannesburg is not Chair? Excuse me, Chair, may I first inquire as to why Johannesburg is not Chair?
They said they had some engagement. That's why I made that comment that maybe we just have to write a reminder to most of the people that we normally invite to appear. Just a reminder to say that it's not like a favor that they're doing.
They're definitely not doing us a favor. They come here to account. It's that type of attitude that gets my back up. We're here to serve the public, not ourselves. And we're not above the law. And we don't own the law, we enforce the law. Definitely not accepted, Chair. A strong worded letter to that department, please, and to the Mayor. With regard to the Metro Police that had presented the case here, I really feel very sorry for you in terms of your motor vehicles and the resources that you are not getting. It goes even further when you don't have communication via your radios, which is a very critical resource that you have to use when policing. Because you work in we live in a violent society. You actually have to enforce the law in that society. And that brings me to the issue as to why I asked about Johannesburg, Chairperson, because the reports that I have is that the Metro Police in Johannesburg don't have radios at all. They communicate via their cell phones. A case in point was about a week or two ago, the officer that was murdered brutally in Lahai. If they had radios, they would have been able to have backup sooner. So, our Metro Police and our police officers put their lives at risk. With regard to Tshwane, yesterday I had the good fortune or misfortune, it depends on which way you want to look at it. I'm going to visit the Wonderboom airport in Tshwane. And 2 officers approached me and asked me, what am I doing there? Because they police the area. They introduced themselves very cordially. And we had a good discussion, just a talk. Both those gentlemen have qualifications that is very much applicable to that environment that they are working in. One deals with aviation, etc., the qualification that he has in air traffic control. and the other with regard to the environment, bird life, fauna and flora affected by the aircraft and their passage over that particular neck of woods, and therefore I thought the deployment was very appropriate. What saddened me is the fact that they raised the issue of 2,000 officers who are undergraded in Tshwane, undergraded, as in they're not getting salaries for the same salaries as constables appointed after them. That they had been told that their training wasn't sufficient. And I can just imagine what that does to the morale of those officers who were very proud in what they were doing there and very efficient, quite frankly, in the way that they approached me. And unfortunately, we are speaking here, Chairperson, to not to the people who wield the power, unfortunately. The chief should have been here. So they've got all the chiefs to account. So I'm not going to belabor the point besides the remarks that I've made. And when it comes to Pasira, thank you so much for taking that action that you are with regard to the firearms and the control of firearms within the private security sector. I had an argument with some security officers at the public meeting that the councillor called in my area in Melwood on Monday night, coming in there with AR-15s to a public meeting that they, quite frankly, not even the police were invited to because it was just a public meeting. And walking around there as they're Rambos. That's a type of thing that, quite frankly, undermines once more the authority of Pasira and brings this private security company and industry into disrepute, and also flies in the face of the authority of the SAPS and the work that they need to do. Because quite frankly, I think it was just an intimidatory act by the contractors that have the work over there. Thank you, Chair. If I may please, Chair. If the PC, the Provincial Commissioner, can take this committee seriously and be here in person, why can Chiefs of Metro Police not be here?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I will express the same view as Honourable Moody, but in a different way. I share the frustration. It is also that every time the municipalities present, we are not seeing those presentations or reports. Some we do get, but the others sometimes not all the time. So even if they are not present, I think the least they can do is to send a presentation so we can go through it on our own. And I'm quite certain the City of Johannesburg has many, many other competent officials to come present their presentation to the committee. But I'll leave it there, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to share a general observation. It's especially common with the Metro Policing that during the COVID period, we are all used to them wearing this, I don't know what is that called. It's almost like, yes, it's almost like a scarf that they cover their faces. Yeah, it's a half of a balaclava. But now you see, even now, they've kept that purposely to cover up their faces at roadblocks and other operations. So what I want to maybe raise throughout all the municipalities and even some of our SAPS members is the outfit. The police officers must go out there, they have a dress code, and they must respect that dress code. Name tags, your uniform, how you should present yourself. I think that's the least of what's expected by the public. When we get called as provincial legislature members to say that I've just been stopped by Metro Police on Winnie Mandela Road near Monte Casino. But I said, can you at least describe? You know, no, I can't see because their faces are covered. They have only this uniform with no name tags. And the thing that erodes into the trust between the public and the police. So I just want to raise that and hope that our officials, both from the municipalities and also the SAPS, take note to ensure that when we go out there, especially during operations, execution of formal duties, that they are properly dressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to JMPD, I speak under correction when I say this is the second or third time that they're not present when we expected them to come. And it's totally disrespectful and unacceptable. One of the questions I wanted to pose to JMPD was, why do we have so many broken cars and taxis on our roads? That's a hazard. There are coffins on wheels for us. That was basically what I wanted to ask, because these guys are, they're really not roadworthy, like I mentioned in our last meeting. And then to Sira, I would like to ask, in your overview, you say that you are for South Africans to have confidence in legitimacy, occupational practices, and transformation of the private security industry. Its mission is effective regulation of the private security industry to enable professional and respected security service providers. The reason why I read that was simply because I know of one security company who the workers, they deduct UIF. So my question would be, are your pulse on the companies? These people are getting UIF deducted from their salaries when it's time to go. There's no UIF for them. So many of our people actually works from hand to mouth with no future to really look at financially to support their families. I know of one person who went on pension and there's absolutely no UIF. And then my last question is, what is the rate of hired foreign nationals both within your offices? And do you also know companies outside of your offices? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think the points raised about Johannesburg, they are noted. I think we'll follow them up. And maybe it calls upon maybe the committee to change its format or on how we want to interact with the metros. Maybe it's not appropriate or conducive for other metros, because what we're encouraging, it's not only the executive, but the chief of police and the chairpersons of the committees. I think they call section 60 or 76 committees in the council. But I think we'll just have to do that, look at it, but we'll raise it with them and all the other people that don't really make time for us. And maybe the other issues are issues that we'll have to deal with the community safety department. You know, the MOU that is spoken about, you know, it might have to be presented to the committees, one of the committees meetings, and what does it entail, what does it enable in terms of sharing resources, the issues of relating to sharing resources and all that. So that we have a better understanding of the MOU, what does it enable, you know, and it empowers, because from the media and other engagements that we've had, it's just one of the issues was about operating cross-border and so on. The issue on the strike, the striking members who were suspended, you didn't touch on it in terms of your inhibiting issues and factors, because I think it was a big issue, you know, of losing almost 300 officers on the streets, probably due to suspension on the illegal strike that they had. And it's something that maybe you need to come to address somehow. I think the issue of the MOU I've covered, but it was going to be also the question on Tshwane, that the issue of the MOU, like how does it help? You know, maybe the department, when they present to the committee, will explain better and also share the actual contents of the MOU with the committee. But I guess those are the few questions and comments that are there. I'll give all three of you in the order of how you presented, and then we will move and close the session. Member San, before.
Sorry, Chair, for the second part. Chair, I don't know if there's a representative from Ikhululeni. Can I add a question? Chairperson, the security service provided to the municipality, I believe it's by Mapotwane Security Services. There is a dispute as to who's got the contract. And the concern is that Mapotwane, despite not having a contract, is now still insisting that they must guard the city's premises. So maybe we can just get clarity on that. Thank you, Chair.
We can start in the order that the presentations were made. We can start with the capital city.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm also tempted to touch on the latter issue that, the earlier issue perhaps that you raised, to say fighting crime also involves the roads, and then also involves the spatial planning of the city and the local economic development of the city. You indicated that it is very important for the city to look into ensuring that as they plan where residents are going to stay, we need to have roads that are accessible. I remember you talked about that, so I'm tempted to start with that one. We'll take it further with the city engineer to ensure that as we plan to have communities building houses, we need to ensure that they've got access. We also have access so that the SAPS and the enforcement officers and metros are able to maneuver or meander around those areas. In no particular order, there was also the balaclava, I think it's Member San, who indicated that we started, I think it was during the COVID, where members used to wear the masks and ended up with the different designs to cover. And then I'm happy that you actually emphasized that we have a dress code, and then we need to refrain from hiding ourselves. And because failure to identify yourself to a community member is questionable. So we need to ensure that we report that to the integrity unit, to ensure that we look into those members that continues to hide their faces. Member Mutli, Honorable Member, you raised a concern about the 2,000 members that indicated that they were undergraded. So I'm happy to indicate that it is an HR matter, and then it is also in the court where members took the municipality to the court. So that there's a certain way of grading the members, and that there's certain qualifications that will allow them to be at a certain level. One such qualification is that they must go through achieving all different types of licenses, so that when I'm able to stop a motorcycle, I'm able to stop it and drive it back to the pound if I arrest you. And if I stop a truck, I should be able to So sometimes after qualifying those or getting those licenses, that's where we also are able to grade you to a certain, but sometimes it takes long, and then there's members who came with those qualifications, there's members who were trained equally with those who did not have, so the process takes long. But then I'm happy that the HR is able to look into that, they are actually busy with that to ensure that we amicably deal with that and then grade the members equally so. And then there was a question on the, I think it's member events, that she asked about the number of vehicles that we have that are broken. You'll be shocked, member events, that Gauteng only has just above, South Africa has above 11 million registered vehicles, and then 6 million of them are in Gauteng. So the other provinces only share a marginal number. So obviously there's challenges also that we get with the number of registered vehicles that are moving within the Gauteng. Or on the 11 or 12 million registered vehicles in South Africa, 6 million are only in Gauteng. So you can imagine. Also a lot of vehicles that were scrapped and then they are fixed again and then we find them on the road. So we need to ensure that we have a tete-a-tete with the insurances, especially when writing off some of these vehicles, and the licensing department to ensure that we do not re-register some of these cars because they are not roadworthy. And the MOU contents. The MOU, Chairperson, it is an augmentation of the forces that we have. It was actually a continuation of what the Minister requested, that we have the Memorandum of Understanding in all the provinces, the South African Police Services and the Metro Police Services to ensure that when we deal with a crime, we deal with it collaboratively. So obviously you are correct to say there might be jurisdiction restrictions as well, that this vehicle is not supposed to be found in another area as well. So there has to be a tete-a-tete between there's a tete-a-tete on the municipalities to ensure that we have a cross-border relationship to ensure that we augment the forces and crime, fighting of the crime. So that would necessarily mean that if we go to Ekurhuleni, when we arrive there, we might not be able to issue a fine, and then because it is not our jurisdiction, but then to ensure that we augment the team, and then we take care of them, and they take care of the business of the day. So we guard them in ensuring that as we fight crime and then collaboratively so with the South African police, we augment the numbers, because it is only through augmenting the numbers that I will be able to deter the crimes around Gauteng. But then we are happy to ensure that if needs be, we have to come and present the documentation to the committee itself that talks to the collaborative agreement that we have, and equally so the MOU that we have. I submit. Do you want to add?
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start with this burning one of the illegal strike that officers engaged on. Chair, it was going to appear on our last quarter as the incident happened on the 19th of May. But yes, it has a negative impact in terms of our operations, whereby 387 officers were dismissed by the city. And then they were given an opportunity to provide or to submit their presentation to the city of Ekurhuleni. What happened is that they provided their presentation, and out of this 887, all of them, Chairperson, are back and operational, but they received their final warnings, some of them with 12 months and some with 6 months, and some of them, with very few of them, whereby it was actually withdrawn due to their submission. I can safely say, Chairperson, all of them are back on duty and they are operational. And humble apologies for not including it. We thought that we were going to include it on our last quarter reports.
With regards to the MOU, I'm not gonna cover, my DCOP has actually said a mouthful with regards to the MOU that we have. And the mask, then we have taken note and we will definitely engage our officers with regards to not wearing those masks as they cannot be easily identified. It is noted, Chairperson. The absence of the acting chief of police, it is due to a special council sitting that is currently taking place in the city, as well as our MMC community safety, Mem Sizagele Masuku. I will leave it to the director to
They're not answering the security services with regards to
with regards to Mabotwane, I will let the director elaborate on that one.
leaving me out to him. So use this one. Good afternoon, Chair. With regards to Mabatwane security, I'm attempting to get hold of the DCOP for security services. From the last report that we did receive, they are still part of the city and they are operational within the city and being deployed at our businesses, at our buildings and our parks within the city. So if there's any other clarification that is needed, I'm going to have to consult with the DCOP for security for him to give us further information. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, I think with regards to the question from member events, in the private security sector, there's three bodies. There is CIRA, which deals with training, registration, and licensing. And there is National Bargaining Council, which deals with the labor-related issues in terms of your salaries and the likes, salaries. And there is the Provident Fund, which deals with the Provident Fund for the private security industry. So for us as CIRA, our mandate ends when we are licensing the security officers, because there is the National Bargaining Council in terms of the Labor Relations Act. Regarding the foreign nationals at CIRA, I'm not aware of any because we are vetted and we have a permanent person that sits in the office that deals with the vetting processes, wherein when you are recruited, you do the form, you have to fill all the information, and then he submits to SSA on behalf of the employer. And then regarding the foreigners in the private security industry, that is our major challenge, because in all the operations that we do, you will find that they are foreign nationals and undocumented. And it's a lot of them. Maybe I can get a number for you on the operations that we've conducted in the previous financial year, as in like how many undocumented foreign nationals that we have arrested. Then I was asking myself if ever Home Affairs sits in this platform here, because that's one of our major challenges. Obviously, because maybe security companies are avoiding a situation where they need to pay all these subscriptions that the security companies must pay to the employees. So it's some sort of exploitation, or they are regarded as cheap labor, so to speak. But this is posing a threat to national security. Thank you.
Thank you for the responses. Some will require more follow-ups outside the meeting. But thank you so much, everyone, for your indulgence and for being here. And thanks to you. They normally say thanks to you, birthday boy. Thank to you, PC and the team, for always showing cooperation and always being present to make sure that you are accountable to the people of Gauteng. I think it's more important for everyone to understand that the work that you do is a difficult work as a team and all your members from all the corners of actually Gauteng. And we really appreciate the actual decline that we have seen. As we have said, the issue, we have noted the decline and it's welcome. We should continue in that trajectory, but we need to work on the perception of feeling safe. And also from the side of the metros, thank you so much for also making time. I think you have received the consents from members. We are going to write formally as a committee just to remind all the authorities of the consents that emanate from the committee. Thanks to Sarah for your attendance, and above all, thanks HOD and your team to always be there. We missed you at GP last week. We had an unannounced visit, so they didn't announce to you that we are going to GP. But we are going to have a couple of the unannounced visits, which we are hoping that they will bear fruits in terms of, you know, when you go announce, there's formality they've prepared, but when you go there unannounced, you know, you find the place as it was, as it's supposed to be every day, outside visits. But we do appreciate the work that has been done overall in fighting and preventing crime in Gauteng. Thanks. We are all invited to lunch to celebrate the birthday of the PC. Well, that's because we are on hindsight. You know, I should withdraw that. We are all invited to actually to lunch, and thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.